Good morning, good morning. So we're going to get started shortly. Breakfast in the back for those who didn't have breakfast. Good morning, good morning. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to get started. It is after 9:30 already. With that, I'd like to call upon the drum to open our day with a song. If everyone could stand, please. Thank you. Ganona Gikchamnan Chibabakin get the morning Lusika Gagamik.
Good morning. Minikishibaya, Niki, Minibaya, Kegogimina, one sky, quick up ship, and Ashigishka in Gwaka show in work. How am you, Gish Aknaman? Shaman do my chumnan, Kanakum go where Mr. He, Guy showing him shag, a Sigishga, a pitchman Ashigishga mean shag where. Nego gaming yawen. Emin shak, Java the Makwaga Gishak. A question goods make shamando, Juichi shak homa. A ganino nande gishwichi to siak. Keen mayam, Yakanagunga takunaman, Egogak kindaman, Gagikita endaman, Ekanadsian. A question gumia Juichi shak Gishak. Maskawjun Jumin Shagaknamaga, Gajia Yakuziak. Maskawjun Jismin Shiak. Jawendans and Jim Hatch showing Magaknawia, Magawi Chewit, Magaknawia Gayat, Jwishawenmat, and he Higesha, a Gakanojiga de Kwe, Weatan Utan Kunwa, Egomega and Kunwat, and then Shimnanaga, do a Shimnanak. Ska signemet monanak huma ka skunuat chikanemata ekanana tishmas sevatish baksenmian. O God, our Father, our Creator, we acknowledge you this morning. Such a beautiful day you have blessed us with. We pray for renewed strength, renewed mind, mentally and physically for today, for this last meeting. I pray your blessing upon each one that will be participating. I pray, God, that you will bless the meeting, that your presence will be here. We need your wisdom and guidance. Maije Mhiayan, Jesus Wizunik. Amen.
Miigwech to the drum, the beautiful song to set the day. And miigwech to the elder for the opening prayer. So we're going to get right into the agenda. But first I have to put my kukum glasses on because I can't see. So I'm just going to do a quick summary of yesterday. I could barely see because they're magnified. They only show closeness. Okay, so quickly, day 2 began with the drum and the opening prayer. Chairpersons welcomed and did a summary of the day before. Today was for the members of the various committees to make presentations to the group. So the first presentation was done by Oshki, and that was Laurie Deschamps, as well as Gord Kakagamic, who presented on the mobile program trades unit, the training unit. Laurie Deschamps talked about the programs that Oshki is offering. Also highlighted the fact that their funding is proposal based, and she also shared the successes and challenges that Oshki faces. And then we went right into the late morning with Northern Anishinaabe Education Council, who gave their update. There was 5 presenters. Darren Harp presented on the many strengths of Pelican Falls. He talked about the elders being the strength of the program, the different extracurriculars that are done at the school, and talked about the wellness building that they got, the functions for a hub for the students, and where students and staff get trauma-informed training, and talked about the lack of affordable housing that continues to impact teacher recruitment and retention. Sharon presented on the successes. She has observed the terms of success. She spoke of the fact that they had more students attending this year, basically the first year of in-school learning, but they still have a lot of challenges. There was also presentations made by the manager of the student safety on the various supports they offer the students while they're attending the programs. Also, there was a presentation made by Rosalie Davis, who is the program manager for the center. And one thing that really stood out, I think, for a lot of people was that she highlighted the fact that this year they're starting to see the impact of the opiate children that are starting to come into the system, highlighting the need for addressing how to help those students that are now in the education system. Then we got into the Shibogama education portion. Nelson McCoop talked about the need to address the high dropout rates within their communities and the programming that they're doing in order to address that issue of the high dropouts, and investing in those youth, training them so that they can becoming functional parts of their community. And then we had Tristan come from the Ojibwe Cree Cultural Center, and he spoke about how he had lost his identity and how important it was to go back by, attaining his last name. And said he was new to the position of executive director, and he talked about the importance of the revitalization of our culture and language. And then we got into the Matawa First Nations. Sharon shared the work that is being done by Matawa. Many different programs. They have advisory services. They service 9 communities. The Matawa High School and their care center that houses 100 beds for students, and the after-hours support, inquest support and safe sobering sites, inquest programming that they have for their students, and how their pathways to student success complements and supports community schools. Then we had Waban Tribal Council, Randy Ray, talk passionately about how we need to look at education in a holistic manner. And they use the medicine wheel as they develop their programming and they use it as their model. Randy spoke of incorporating the wraparound holistic approach to student-centered service delivery. And also Marlo Bukaj echoed her sentiments, and that there has to be family inclusion and involvement and is integral part of the students' success. And then we had Kiwetnuk Ugamakana, Board of Education, Patrick Stoddard presented on Kobe's education system, noting that they support special education, provide liaison teachers, and also backup principals, because they realize that principals are a ongoing need in the communities and often cannot be retained, as many communities have a hard time finding administrators. So that's the services they provide to their communities. He also noted that the 7 youth inquest team have 2 safe sobering sites in Thunder Bay. They also support First Nations in getting their birth registrations and documents that the kids that students would need. And they have well-being workers, special education workers, and resource teachers. And then we had Wendigo First Nations Council. Charles Brown spoke on behalf of Wendigo, noting that today they have 5 communities, 4 of which they do direct service. 1 they support, one of them does their own thing, but they also still continue to provide support when necessary. The primary role of Wendigo First Nations Council is to hire teachers. Brown stated that this year was the first year they actually got all the teachers that they needed. They talked about the importance of being competitive in terms of teacher recruitment and retention. He also noted that they do performance appraisal on teachers, and that is an important role. And then we had Coatruin Education Resource Center. Christine Mikas spoke of the importance of cultural programming, resources, and training for staff. Mikas spoke of indigenizing thinking and made cultural awareness priority for all staff. Mikas noted that they are developing resources like coloring books, supports for communities, and that they are a cultural resource to various communities. Then finally, at the end, we had Mike McKay, which was not one of the education committees, but give an update on the Starlink program that has been done by NAN, and that to this date, 1,800 Starlink units have been sent up to northern communities, and that they're working with the last 3, and that if there's people that require Starlink, you just have to have a person in your home that's a student in order to be eligible to get these Starlink. And then funding remains available for communities for compensation. So if we need support to installing these Starlinks, there's that compensation or support that can be given. All communities participating in Starlink are eligible for IT upgrades. Getting lists of community members' emails and Google's he said was a challenge. The end of the project service agreements, those are coming to an end. So basically that was the day, and I know from the discussion, many of the comments that came out reflected the fact that education is not of in itself education only, that we also have to consider the importance of developing mental health supports, considering housing, and all these other supports in order for students to be successful. And that came out from the various speakers, is that we need to look at it in a holistic manner. So chiefs and delegates, that's just a quick summary of yesterday. And that completes that part. So I better take my granny glasses off because everybody looks fuzzy. So anyway, I've been asked to call upon Deputy Grand Chief. He does have a special guest that he would like to introduce.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everyone on day 3 of our assembly on education, with a focus on the education reset process. As we said at the beginning of our assembly, we are entering a new ground, a new era, with specific high-level negotiations with the Crown with respect to a NAN-specific process on education reform, education jurisdiction. The pace of reform needs to improve. And we heard from all of our education partners yesterday and the day before, and I'm looking at all the reports and I find, wow, this is gold. It identifies a lot of the different challenges that we still face, but also some of the successes that is happening. And also the need of coordination of other areas, other priorities, such as early years and the development of daycares within our communities, something that is totally lacking in our communities. The involvement of establishing and building capacity at the community level to really start at birth and throughout our children and our youth and our families, their whole life cycle. How it's not, when we talk about education, it's not just like, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Our chiefs and our leadership here, and also many of our partners within education across Anishinaabe Nation, that says there needs to be, a coordination of all those different areas that make up and support our children and their growth process as well. And this, I'm very encouraged. And I know that, although this is a Chiefs Assembly and we haven't been able to set quorum, but I think that this meeting was a valuable step forward. And in terms of giving notice, and also the fact that, we we have to do a better job in terms of communicating this to our leadership and our community members as well. And I think today is also going to be an opportunity where we're going to strategize process forward in terms of working with your education systems, your education councils, the leadership as well, going out into various tribal council meetings that are scheduled very soon, and reaching out in that way. And when we need to come up with a resolution for some of the discussions we're having these past 3 days, we do have a Chiefs Winter Assembly coming up as well. So we could lay the groundwork and all the different things that we need to have with this education reset process. And remember, we heard from Indigenous Services Canada saying that, and also in terms of the terms of reference that we are about to sign to guide the negotiation process that we're doing, that we need to maximize flexibility and minimize red tape. So I know many times when your First Nation or your tribal council or your education department is trying to put forward work plans that is reflective of the true needs of the citizens and students whom you serve, there's a lot of red tape. And that's one of the reasons why we want to ensure that this education reset process eliminates many of that red tape to really maximize that flexibility. So, and the fact that, we need to have decision makers on the Crown side to really, let us do the work that needs to happen. We need them to step aside to really develop and support the work that needs to happen at the community level. Because as you know, our challenges, who's this guy? Okay, I think these are the spirits are with us, and they're guiding our discussions. It's great to see. Get stung. Yeah. So so that's the thing. Like I see these past 3 days as a great stepping stone in terms of identifying all those things we need to do, all those things we need to also work with our individual First Nations and our education systems as well, and moving ahead, like creating a one-stop shop for education jurisdictions and funding negotiations between the Anishinaabe Nation communities and Canada. NAN is always, our chiefs have always told us that since we're so unique, our 49 communities, like 34 of our communities are fly-in and the rest are road access, but still they're all so unique. And we've heard yesterday from Waban, from Mishkegwuk, from Shibogama, Windigo, Matawa, our Independence as well, talking about all those things that are their priorities, and it's so diverse. And that's why we need community-based solutions for these community-based issues that are happening within education. And that so much means also expanding the mandate to include early years, daycares, preschool, special needs, like resources to be given straight to the First Nation and your tribal councils and your education systems to ensure that they are resourced properly to deal with those many issues, especially with the K-12. We heard many presentations on the fabulous work that's happening within our high school students and elementary. But also we're looking at lifelong learning too, with post-secondary education, including those very important priorities within post-secondary, to ensure that, like, many of our funding levels are still at the same for many years. So when you think about it, the discrimination for education funding still persists. And this is where we need to, gain on the momentum that's happening here, and ensuring that, our post-secondary advocacy moves ahead to really ensure that all of our students have an opportunity to continue their education goals within post-secondary. Like, why do we have to choose from, like, one of our community members, our leadership said that, well, I had 12 graduates, but I can only send 4. So what about the rest of the 8? So those are areas that we want to ensure that our our students are given the best resourcing possible in moving ahead. And we're talking about lifelong learning, lots of changes happening too. You want to, get more training, go to certificate programs and whatnot. So how could we also encourage many of those initiatives to assist our lifelong learners to seek another pathway as well? So that's why we had people from even Ontario Works here as well, representatives where they could also support individuals who want to continue their training or their educational goals as well. Establishing other areas within the trades, all those particular areas, especially with the advent of resource development in our communities. How do we get all of our citizens ready for those areas to come in terms of employment opportunities? So therein lies the challenge also today in terms of identifying those next steps and pathway forwards as well. But I know that I want to also introduce one of our guests today. We have our MPP Saul Mamakwa joining us from Queen's Park. And we need to utilize all of our political connections as well to really push forward this work that needs to happen with respect to education reset and education reform. So I'd like to invite Saul Mamakwa also to say a few words from Queen's Park and give him a couple of minutes of your time for him to share and all the work that he's doing to really raise and forward the various priorities of our communities, especially within the Anishinaabe Nation. So Saul, if you're ready. Oh, there he is. Take it away, Saul.
Okay, Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. Miigwech, everyone, good morning. Minigajay Baya. To all the leadership, the education leadership that are in the room. I cannot see you, but I know that you're there. I listened to some of the opening, but also the talk from the Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse. Miigwech for the drum. Miigwech to the morning prayers to start the day in a good way. Was listening to the Deputy Grand Chief talking about red tape, talking about one-stop shop, and he started sounding like the government and starting to sound like Doug Ford. And I see that little fly or whatever that was. I don't know if it was a bee, because remember that time that Doug Ford swallowed a bee, right? So I'm not sure. So, but anyway, in all seriousness, education is important. Is important. It's a way we learned. We passed on the identity, the ways of life, the teachings, the history of our people. That's what I learned when I was growing up on the land with my mom and dad. I knew the lakes. I knew the names of the creeks, the bays, the points, the islands, the animals, and that we're traveling through. And I knew the history of them. And where I grew up until I was 13 years old. So I think that's important. When we talk about education, I remember actually a lot of you may not know, I used to be an education director for Kingfisher Lake when I started out. I did it for about 11, 12 years. And I remember, working with the fellow education directors at that time and creating this what we call at that time was the bilingual bicultural program. And then we had year one, we had year two, and basically the intent of that program was to teach children in Wanaman Lake, Kingfisher Lake, and Wabika in our language, and Shinimuan, also known as Woodland Cree or Oji Cree. And so we spent about maybe, I don't know, $500,000 just creating on our own. And I remember, but I also remember that we didn't introduce the the ABCs, English until grade 3. And I remember one of my daughters, when she was in grade 2, she knew nothing about English. She knew nothing about ABCs. And I remember her journals, her diaries, everything. It was all in syllabics. And then soon after that, I had left the community, and I did some education advisory role at the tribal council level. But I think I remember where the community and also the leadership supported that initiative. And but I think as the program grew, but also the younger parents started noticing that they were behind in their English literacy and English. And I'm not sure where it is at now today in Kingfisher. I don't know. I don't know if they still do that. I doubt it, because when I go back home, sometimes I see how none of the younger kids speak the language, and it just seemed at that time English is more important than Anshinimun and Shinabemun, and it shouldn't be like that. We're kind of taking things a bit backwards when we talk about the language, how important the language is, the ways of life. And I remember creating outcomes of sitting down with elders, like by grade 9, you should be able to track moose. By grade 6, you should be able to build a fire. all these things that you do out on the land. And I remember that, but I know I was involved with the NEC. I was involved with the Koyanchiwan. I was involved with NAN Education Committee, and also the NAN Education Jurisdiction. And I'm not sure how things have moved today to where we are now. And it's important that we go back to our ways of life, the teachings, and I'm not sure how much of the, like, say, for example, how much do we teach our children, our grandchildren, about treaties? How much do we teach about the history of those lands that we are at? And I think it's important to kind of collaborate on those things. And I think I know I talked to some of the people that are that have limited education, formal education, but I know people that know the ways of life that they can survive on the land. That's education too. And so anyway, we're here at Queen's Park. Today is another day. In about 20 minutes or so, we start question period again. And like, as a First Nations person, I try to bring the stories of what we struggle with in the North, because they don't know who we are. They don't know what we're about. And sometimes we do not have the voice in the system that takes away the rights of our people to the lands and the resources. And I think education can mean a lot of things. Kanamagewan can mean a lot of things. When we can talk about early years, we can talk about elementary, high school, post-secondary. There's so much potential. There is so much. I have faith in the work that we do. I have hope in the work that we do in education, and it's about re-identifying prioritizing on the work that we do as Indigenous people, as First Nations people, as Anishinaabe in the North. But I'll say this as well. I travel the North quite a bit. When I fly the North, we are so rich. We are so rich in the lakes and the rivers and the creeks that are there, the animals, the fish that are there. We are so rich. And sometimes we see I see the poverty, the issues that we face in the First Nation communities, the reserves, the housing, the overcrowding, the suicides, the mental health issues, the addictions, and some of the infrastructure issues that we face, the boil water advisories. But we are still here. It's not by accident that we see those things. It's working exactly the way it's designed to, which is to take away the rights of the people. And that's how oppression works. That's how colonialism works. We live it. It has become a way of life, but we are still here. And I think that's I still see the richness in the language. I see the richness in the ways of life, the teachings that we have. That's where the strength is. That's why we are here, and education plays a big role, and education of who we are, and the history. And we have to teach the real history of Canada, the real history of what we see, how the systems of oppression, the system of colonialism treats us. But I know the more I always say, the more oppressed we are, the stronger we become as nations, and we have to work together. We have to work together to be able to come together as strong nations. So our great grandchildren, our children, so we'll do better. So those are my words, and again, thank you for listening. And I'll have to go here shortly. So
Okay, thank you, Saul. Yeah, thank you for your words, and thank you for your advocacy, especially at Queen's Park today. And give the Minister of Education and colleges and universities and all those relevant ministers there that tell them we'll be calling on them as well to really start to meaningfully, what is their plans to really meaningfully work with our First Nations in developing their own education systems and moving ahead. So we look forward to hearing from you, and keep going strong with all of the advocacy, especially all the good work that you're doing within Queen's Park.
Okay, Miigwech, I'll go across and say hello to them, and then that I'll reach out to them after question period. Miigwech.
And I totally forgot about the bumblebee incident there. But
all right, don't swallow anything.
I'm not swallowing any bees today, so. Miigwech. And thank you for that. And I'll just turn it over back to our chairs. So, Miigwech.
That's funny, the bumblebee. Okay, so with that, I'd like to call upon our next presenter. He's going to give you an update on NAN education. So, Andrew Solomon.
Hi, good morning, everyone. What's Sigma say? Sigma is my name. Bit Jim Etteruk. Bit it about the man Scamagun. I need to Tamach at the sketch Tamach. It's Gigon Scamagun. And the issue got a Tano, Mr. And the issue which had to go, which had to, and was a tire Scamagun. Imamten man, neste bettaman kagi tabata takakuna tani tachiguno. Tani to takagneste, at the sketaka oma skamagon. Metne animan Shagotzaga Gigon Sinimisia. Meginano, Anamagon. Gigon Gamositai, Skanamagon. Ichajago Ginano, Anamagon, Itamak Skanamagon. One says a Kaisha Hanost. Anoshinega Kawimositai. Mittenepogo, Guinasutano, Ugamante, Gagibit, Takosketchigota, Askika, Benegata Skimeno. Going shout, Mittenema Guinasutano. The Stigatoto Nihanano, the Sigagon Kamostai, Katakonoma. Igoni Kino, the Kaibi, Kigok, David Stand the Sigishon, Tistamatagok, Egistic stand out, Kigonoma, Esigishon. Wasagi Minagonano got to Matisik, the most attack, Mr. Janiske, Skanawai, Josh Machino goes Simino. going to chicken stand out, come on, give me a go. Big, you're going to give me a go. Morning, everyone. What I heard from yesterday's reports and the struggles and the frustrations that we get. You know what I heard from that is that one thing. We are trying to conform to something that is not us, our ways. We have lost our own visions, our own beliefs, our own values. We put more emphasis on the settlers, what they have built, the institutions that they built. And this is why we're frustrated, conforming to something. It is like we are a circle and trying to get into a triangle. That would never work. We have to look at our own processes. We have to look at our own, what we know, and getting back those things. And I'm going to tell you something. We heard from Matthew that a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, I went to school, an immersion school, who's non-Indigenous, and learned our language. If there's a will, there is a way in order to survive, keep our languages strong and intact. But we have to do the work. We have to come together and do the work. I see this in my, in what we do. I learned something when I was listening to everything and I was trying to think about what's going on. The communities are bombarded with information. They're overwhelmed with information. We have so many things going on that are educated related, health related, child welfare related, and there's so many processes in those. I want to say to you, my apologies for being part of that and trying to come there and be a part of that. The other thing I want to say is that I have to take onus on one thing, and that's a lack of communication. That's not happening enough. If you want to look at somebody for that responsibility, look at me. I am the one that's supposed to be in control of that. And I apologize again for that lack of information that's coming to your communities. What I have seen, observed through all my meetings that I attended, I'm a former chief, a student, a citizen, but I attended all these forums and I heard these forums and what we are trying to do. What we are trying to do is at times, which one is it? Sorry. This is what we are trying to do here. Decolonization. That's what we're trying to do, and we're trying to do it, and at the same time, and listen to the information. Everybody has to do this. Everybody has to be involved in this. It is the reclaiming of our identity, tradition, ceremony, our own knowledge, and the most important, our nationhood. The process of decolonization is about deconstruction of the systems that our colonizer, the settler has put in front of us. Undoing and removing all of these systems that they created that has marginalized and oppressed us. That's what we need to do. I always hear this when I talk about something. How? We're always looking for that how, and you're always looking for the hardest way to do it. It's not that difficult when you think about it. And that's what I'm asking you today. The education system that we are trying to build, is that from the oppressor? Is that what we want to confine ourselves into? That's a question that we have to ask. And if so, okay, let's do it. If so, you want to change it somehow, okay, tell us about it. How? Ask your people to give us that direction. Ask your citizens to give us that direction, and we shall work on it. When you think about colonization, it exists today. Why? The biggest legislation is still alive and well. It's called the Indian Act. And yet, we're so afraid to step out of that realm. We still want to be part of that. The system that we want to create gives us an opportunity to step out of that Indian Act. But we need to hear from you. What is it that you want to see in our own education system? What has happened? There's conditions that when we look at the colonization, the loss of our ways as Indigenous people. We see this all the time. I hear it all the time. I lost control in every sector. Your political structures, your social, spiritual. That's the most important thing that we have to hold on to is our spiritual. We never talk about that. We only talk about the mental, the emotional, and the other. But we never talk about our spiritual. Educational, health, economic, culture, language, land. These are the symptoms that we see in our communities. Dependency, low self-esteem, poverty, addiction, suicide, depression, withdrawals, denial, anger, shame, blame, family, and I could go on and on and on. It's impacting the individual, the family, the community, the society, our nations. You know, when you hear the drum right in front of us, you know how you feel when you hear it. You know why that is? It's been said the drum is the heartbeat of our nations. It's our culture. How? How do we move forward? Talk about it at home. Talk about it wherever you are. Just having that simple dialogue, having that inclusion, having that discussion at home, wherever you are. That's what we need to do. We have to acknowledge these things that happen to us in order to move forward. Because what we're doing right now, like I said, we're trying to conform ourselves into our triangle over and over and over and expecting a different result. What's the definition of that? It's the way we live. We have to look at the way we live. And talking about those, we need to educate each other the way we live, dismantling all that colonial structures, a mindset. When you're holding our meetings, community meetings, our own office meetings, let's talk about those, having that space. These are simple things to do. It's not very difficult. Number one here. Prioritizing education. I want to thank Chief Muñoz for his comments yesterday and asking where the leadership is. I know we were all asking that, but sitting in the back, the experts in the back, educators, education directors, that are experts on stretching a dollar, but what cost? But at what cost? Short of staff, overstaffed, stress, getting unhealthy, all the things that the oppressor has done to us. I want to talk about residential schools. The reason why I want to talk about that is because we renamed the Oshki, our post-secondary institution that we have, to Winjack. And we have to do more to support that institution. Back in the 1884, when there was discussions prior to that to do residential schools, the Indian Act was amended to outlaw ceremonies such as potlatch. It also gave the government the authority to create Indian residential schools. And I'm going to paraphrase John A. MacDonald, what he said about us. A savage who will learn to read and write, but he is still a savage. Today, we still have that opinion from Justice of the Department of Canada. When you talk about our program and services, they're a part of that. They're a part of creating the programs and services. And that's how they look at us. We have to change the way we look at things. They're the ones that mold a system, and we get in there. And once we get in there, it doesn't work because we still hold intact our beliefs, values, our knowledge inside. And when you're inside there, you start to believe, you start to see this. The other thing I want to say about residential schools is the apology from Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, June 11, 2008. He said, one of the paragraphs that always sticks to me is this: the burden of this experience has been on your shoulders for far too long. The burden is properly ours as the government and as a country. There is no place in Canada for the attitudes that inspired the Indian residential schools systems to ever prevail again. The attitudes. We see this in every sector of the federal government. Child welfare, social, every sector that they have that attitude, still trying to create these systems. And he says it never happened again. Over and over. What did they do? They do increment changes on funding, program, and services, incremental changes that perpetuates colonialism, oppressions, racism. Number one that we have every day is crisis. Increment changes makes it look like the government is doing something without talking about the fundamental changes that is needed at our nationhood, self-determination, treaties, and self-governance. Why I'm saying this is because I need everybody to look at our structures, and we need to look at how do we move forward together. We have done a review on the resolutions for NAN on education. We completed over half. Once we finish that review, we're going to share with you. We want to see where we were at the beginning and today. The other thing that we need to do is looking at an idea that I was thinking about for a long time: center of excellence. To build a center of excellence, coming together and creating a center of excellence. To look at our curriculums, to look at our language, to look at the instructors who's going to continue on to build our languages, to look at retention and recruitment. I know that you are struggling with that in every community, recruitment and retention. There is another thing we have now, a reset. I know it's another table, but to be effective, we need to come together to work on it. You're going to hear from the managers on the files that we're working on. The initiatives that we started and what we have done for our students that attend high schools here in Thunder Bay, Chillicothe, and trying to learn from those and take them to Timmins and other areas that our students are at. We need something that we need to develop and expand. And I'm grateful for the hard work from everybody that's participated in this. The tribal councils, NNC, Matawa Education Learning Center. Thank you. We really appreciate our collaboration, our focus, our attention to two things: safety, and the other one, to ensure student success. Yes, we have challenges. We know the challenges. We're trying to work on them. The mental health, trying to work with the partners in Thunder Bay, the hospitals, the policing. They're changing, slow but surely they're changing. What we need to do is look at legislation on the Mental Health Act. It gives power to the individual. But at the same time, I think it's a cop out for the doctors to say that the individual is okay, when we know that the individual is not okay. And that's why I say we have to change it. We have to work on, and I'm pleading with the chiefs when it comes, that you come and stand behind our Deputy Grand Chief, work together and make these changes. That's the only way. Showing, coming together, uniting, and working with one another. The system that they're trying to create, it's not done. We have time to change it. We have time to give our own perspective to the system that we want to create. The system that we're working on, to date, we have 10 community-based coordinators out of 37. It is not, when you become involved with the work, you're not automatically in. There's a process that is going to happen if you're in or out, which is ratification. There's things that we need to look at under that system. We have defined what learning is. It is what learning is to us, which is a lifelong learning. That's because when you're an infant to when we go into the spirit world. That's our definition of education. What's that? And then in developing our own laws, and this is what you have to look at when you develop your own laws. Parenting programs, First Nation daycares, Head Start, early years, K to 12, other forms of high schools, vocational. Not only that, you have to support officers. First Nation universities, own institution and universities, and post-secondary college universities. It is time. It's 2023. Literacy programs, adult learning, our languages, immersion programs. Special education. spec ed. What's that mean to us? How do we work on that? Gifted learning. We have some students that are really bored, that comprehend these things. How do we address those? Music, other extracurricular, e-learning, technology. Did you know that in Canada, when it comes to technology, 2 years ago I was told that it was going to go up to $67 billion industry. Where are we on that? That's First Nations. I'm talking about networking. We have a lot of IT students that go through this, and we have a lot of, they need something. We have to recruit them and for them to get us back there. Sustainable program, sustainable development and environmental stewardships, libraries, archives, community learning authority, administration and coordination, support, student support, such as having elders and guidance counselors. We have to get this one thing, and the parents' involvement, and parents have to be involved. How do we do that? The community involvement. Staff recruitment and retention, safety, health, adequate learning facilities. Back in 2019, it was reported to us by our own NAN infrastructure. When they did a survey for all NAN communities, what they needed was $52 million for all minor repairs, upgrades, renovations. And the maximum that we received from Canada when we put all NAN communities together was $25 million. There's a shortfall there. We have to look at the second level services. Our established Kobe, established tribal councils such as Wendigo, all the other tribal councils that have second level services. Staff training, professional development, paraprofessional supports, instructional supports, and services delivery, specialized in professional services, other community. That's determined by the community's program and services. And the entity that we're trying to create, what's that going to look like? How are we all going to, all of us here, going to come together and build that entity? We have to start talking about the structure. The government wants us to build one. We could change it by our languages. You could change that structure. You have the authority here as chiefs to give that direction and mandate and how you want to see that. We're looking at how that is going to be developed. And I know when we talk about these things, there's a shortfall, our definition on jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is having total control. And the system that we're creating doesn't address that. How do we do that? How do we change that? And that's why we're here to report on and hear from you. There's going to be a meeting in February 2023, just to talk about education jurisdiction. And I'm hoping that when we do that, we have enough information for you to hear prior to that. And what we're asking is, we want to come to your communities and provide that information. If not, call us. We'll give you that information for you to read. Nothing we do here, we're not trying to hide anything. We're trying to be as transparent as possible. And going forward, I look forward to really giving us those answers that we're looking for. I don't have the answers. Sorry to say, I'm looking for the answers from you. Not just you as the Chiefs in Assembly here, from the citizens across NAN. We're looking for answers and direction. We could only do so much. And looking at the resolutions, I think we have fulfilled those resolutions, those mandates, and what we have started. But at the same time, I think we can improve upon the work that we have done. If you know the information. Like I said, I failed in that communication, and I'll try to do my best. Thank you. Amigos.
Thank you, Andrew, for your update. So at this time, I'd like to say we're very happy to have our youth co-chair back. She wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I'd like to call her to introduce the next topic. Tisha.
Miigwech. Yeah, excuse me if my voice is a little wonky. I just wanted to say miigwech for your words. They are very important and they need to be heard. But with that, we are a little bit behind schedule, so I'd like to call upon the Education Initiatives Manager to give us an update about the Education Partnerships Program. Miigwech.
Kapitan namagatagtaymo tanishnahuma kawichigabuista atisku kaksamakiunaron stachi
Waji kakinagwajim nawa huma kayayik napisim nandan huma keninka kiabis kayayan eko for kaya huma tibajim tawna ko kat pagi we keninan kiun ka kagakweb mo to yan. First, I'd like to acknowledge the drum and to Elder Lucy for the morning prayer. It's always great to start off the day with words of gratitude for the blessings, I guess, that we enjoy every day. And also just warm greetings to the chiefs, elders, and observers that are this morning. So I'm here to provide you with some information on the Education Partnerships Program. So I have a PowerPoint going here. And, I'm just gonna switch out my glasses here so I can see what I'm reading or what I'm saying. So I'm going to first start off with some general observations or considerations about education in the NAN territory. As you all know, education in our territory is very challenging. It's very diverse. We have many groups and organizations that are working extremely hard to deliver education to our young people. So in NAN, we know that we have 49, We know that we have 49 communities in our territory. Many are isolated, some have road access, and we also know that it is a very large territory, 2/3 of Ontario. And we have about 32 remote communities, some with road access, some are very remote and fly in only. And we also have diversity in terms of our cultures, traditions, and our languages. We have the Mushkegowuk, Ojibwe, and the Ojibwe. As well, we have approximately 10,000 students that are eligible to attend both First Nation operated schools as well as provincial schools. So we have many students that we are working hard to deliver education to. As well, we have 30 First Nation, 30 First Nation communities that operate JK to grade 8 on reserves. We have approximately 18 First Nations that offer some level of secondary level programming. And we all know that at some point, our students have to leave their communities to get that high school education. So they will attend provincial high schools or are off-reserve First Nation operated schools such as NNEC and Matawa. So approximately 1,400 NAN students will leave their communities to attend secondary school. So that's a significant number. So in terms of the work that we do with EPP, Education Partnerships Program, we do work with many partners in the NAN territory and essentially providing flowing funding to those partners so that they can provide additional services and supports to their students. So the Education Partnerships Program is a proposal-based program. It's one of the last few remaining proposal-driven initiatives through the federal government, and it supports collaboration between First Nations, provincial and territorial ministries, or departments of education, as well as Indigenous Services Canada. The overall goal of the Education Partnerships Program is supporting or advancing student achievement and outcomes in for all students that attend both First Nation operated and provincial schools. Just a little bit about the partnerships program itself. It is a federally funded program. It has 3 components. The structural readiness falls under there, as well as the regional education agreements and the partnerships component. The overall national funding is 65 million. 25 million, this was implemented this past year in the 22-23 fiscal period, and 25 million is allotted for SR, structural readiness, and 40 million for partnerships. And for this presentation, I'm going to only be focusing on the partnerships component. And that the funding for that partnerships, it supports applicants with signed regional education agreements, pre-transformative education agreements, or memorandum of understanding with ISC. In our case, in NAN's case, we do have a memorandum of understanding. It is a trilateral partnership table with NAN, ISC, and the Ministry of Education. EPP has seen a lot of changes over the years, and currently with the changes that were made this past year, partnership establishment is no longer part of the partnerships component, but has been moved into the structural readiness component. Education partnerships in the NAN territory. We began our planning essentially in 2009. The program was first rolled out in 2008, so we spent some time, a good many years, planning and doing the engagement and consultations with our tribal councils and communities. And through these consultations and discussions and the many forums that we had, there were some very clear directions or objectives with how we should move forward in engaging provincial school boards on education initiatives. So essentially, talking with our community representatives, their education directors, tribal councils, and deciding how we were going to move forward with EPP in the NAN territory. So in 2012, we did, in discussions with ISC and Ontario, we were able to define a memorandum of understanding, which was approved in principle in 2012. So that was Resolution 1226, where the Chiefs and Assembly agreed to approve in principle with moving forward with EPP. So the EPP project is, as I said, it's a collaborative initiative, and at this table we have Anishinaabe Nation, Ontario Ministry of Education, and Indigenous Services Canada. Our memorandum of understanding, as I mentioned, was completed and signed in April 2013 at Matagami Chiefs Assembly. And in that MOU, the trilateral partners discussed and came to agreement that we would have a number of priority areas that we would work on. So these would be student support services, curriculum, governance and administration, human resources, and parental participation. And many of these priority areas came about as a result of the discussions and the engagements that we had with communities and tribal council partners. So these are all included in the MOU. The project itself, we've been at this work, as I mentioned, since 2008. And over the years, we've essentially established ourselves as a successful partnership program. As I mentioned, we have many partners, both First Nation, tribal councils, district school boards, as well as our Ontario and Canada partners. And we've received pretty much the highest level of funding a few times over the years. And I say a few times because There was a point there where we kind of wondered what was, going to happen with our initiatives due to the concerns we had with some of the changes. Annual proposal submissions are included in our overall proposal submissions each year. Both tribal council and community level initiatives are included in the joint work plan, and it is quite a massive work plan that we work with annually, and many challenges in implementing the activities, but I think we all work together and work hard to ensure that things keep moving forward. For this year, 22-23, 2/3 of our EPP submission was approved. So we're currently working on a new work plan. For our First Nation partners and education organizations participating in EPP, when we first started in 2008-9, one of the conditions was that we needed to decide how we were going to develop or grow our EPP partnership initiatives. And the requirement was that we would need to get communities to opt into the EPP. So currently we went about collecting all those support letters from tribal councils, from your communities as well. And currently we have 41 First Nations that have letters of support in place to opting into the Education Partnerships Program. And also for our tribal council partners, we have Kiwetnagogmakanag, Matawa, Shubugma, Ifna, Windigo, Waban, and Mushkegwak, as well as our education organizations, NNEC, as well as Matawa Education. For this year, our 22-23 work plan, our joint implementation work plan, as I mentioned, it is an annual submission. And each year we go through a process of submitting our proposal, going through a proposal review process, which is undertaken by ISC. And for this year, we have about 51 initiatives that are in our work plan. And these initiatives directly benefit NAN students, whether it is students, Shibugama students, Matawa. So all of these initiatives are targeted for students. So we have a number of categories that the work where the work happens. Could be things like sharing of expertise and provision of services. We have 20 activities that undertaken by tribal council partners or at the NAN level. So it could be things like Kobe's project on PD exchanges with partner school boards, or our NAN KP projects, which we focus on. Things like mental health champion program, principal networking initiatives, as well as new teacher induction program, things like that. We partner with KP in implementing activities like that. As well as another area is improving coordination between First Nation and provincial schools. Focusing on student transition. Students, as we know, will leave their communities and transition into urban centers to attend school. So there is a great need to ensure that students are supported and that, ultimately that we provide them opportunities to be successful. So there's initiatives like transition teacher coaches in place. We have tribal councils undertaking different transition activities, all focused on their students that come out to urban centers. We also have, an area there developing First Nation provincial arrangements or strategies to improve programs and services for students attending provincial schools, as well as I mentioned, First Nation schools. So we have a number of activities that focus on that as well. Things like WABAN's initiative on the work they do in implementing a First Nation Education Steering Committee, as well as Matawa's work around the regional advisory. They have established a regional advisory committee in education, so they are doing some work around that. Shibugama as well does strategic planning sessions with the school boards that they work with. So definitely a lot of good work being undertaken through the Education Partnerships program. The other category is the improving programs and services for students, again, attending First Nation operated as well as provincial schools. So again, different activities being undertaken by tribal councils in this area. So definitely a lot of good work. Just checking my time here. So I'm going to stop here for now and have our coordinator take you through some of the additional work that we have been working on. So I'll call up Katrina Fiddler to continue.
Good morning. My name is Katrina Fiddler, and I'm the Education Initiatives Coordinator, working with Kathy and the EPP team. So just to give a brief overview, many of the activities undertaken to date are described in the joint implementation work plan that we do, that we undertake with our tribal council partners and NNEC to address the following challenges, including education achievement levels, student transitions at both secondary and post-secondary levels, parental participation, communication, cooperation, and sharing, school-based activities, and student safety. For student transitions, students coming to provincial schools from First Nation communities, the transition is always difficult, and the activities undertaken within EPP, we want to ensure that it's as smooth and as easy as possible. So in addition to academic challenges, students also face significant social challenges during this transition. Family and community support often represents a strong cultural base for students that is not often present in mainstream provincial systems, and some of the activities highlighted within the work plan undertake this gap when they come out for school. So some activities that NAN undertakes during the school year include student orientation sessions, which we hold in the three main hubs of Sulakaut, Thunder Bay, and Timmins. We invite different community organizations to come set up booths to showcase what they hold for students and different services that they offer. We also do youth outreach and extracurricular activities in the three main hubs, where we'll invite 4 to 6 different community organizations to come do activities with the kids for the day. We've also been undertaking the secondary transitions program. This one is new. We are undertaking the second year. We have developed a resource booklet that is available both online, and we do have hard copies available. And it is for graduating students on transitioning to post-secondary programs. And to include some of the partner activities for transitions, we have transition teacher coaches at Kobe, transition coordinators at NNEC, Matawa, Shibogama. And this year we also have the communication bilingual gap coordinator that was submitted, and also graduation coaches. And these are some of the resources that we have. We do have some hard copies, and they are available online, including Know Your Rights and Responsibilities. We also have little hand cards for students, Beyond the Classroom, Early High School Registration, Course Selection, Summer High School Transition Program, Life Skills, and Transitions for grades 7 and 8, City Orientation Curriculum for Thunder Bay, and the newest one, the Handbook for Post-Secondary Transitions. Once again, parental participation is one of the bigger levels or activities under EPP. So parents have a hard time engaging in the education system for many reasons, including residential, school, emotional barriers, physical barriers, including distance and communication challenges. So to help this, EPP has developed parental support resources in both English, Mushkegowuk Cree, Ojibwe, and Ojibwe. And it is often a key component within EPP. And again, highlighting the different partner activities that have been implemented at the partner level to help build the participation levels. And then moving on to communication, cooperation, and sharing. The need for improved communication, cooperation, and sharing is supported by all the partners. It includes formal arrangements and informal agreements to increase level of interaction between First Nation education systems and provincial schools. There's also numerous partnership levels within EPP, including the district school boards and tribal councils. And some of the resources, again, both hard copies and online available, including local education authority reference documents, First Nation education directors resource documents, NAN counseling studies, tuition studies, and the Wendigo KPDSB MOU. School-based activities we have within the implementation plan. The activities reflect matters that can and should be addressed directly among the partners, and it is acknowledged that support and change must be reflected at school and classroom levels in order to meet the joint objective of improved student success. And some of the resources we have made include the Best Practices in First Nation Education Forum, which is also a forum we hold every year, where we invite teachers, education staff, principals, community leaders, and also the First Nations resource material sharing for teachers, which is also held in conjunction with the curricula sharing. Documents that we also have include student attendance, retention, and First Nation student success, and the best practices in tutoring. Student safety is also a key component. So keeping First Nation students safe is one of the most important things that students have while attending provincial schools and urban centers. The EPP embraces this and has developed a series of distinct initiatives to enhance safety at both the NAN and partner level. Activities for this include the on-call worker training for support workers from partner education organizations and tribal councils. We hold this one 2 times a year, and we offer mental health support or mental health first aid, assist, safe talk, and various other trainings that they will need in their line of work. Student accommodation provider training for boarding home parents and on-call workers in Thunder Bay and Sulakau. And recently, the online boarding home training modules have been made, and student safety meetings for partner education organizations and tribal councils are held. Some of the resources include the high school student safety protocol guide, student accommodation provider training guides, including the handbook, the online boarding home modules, and once again, the on-call student support worker certificate program that is run in partnership with Oshki. And I will hand it back over to Kathy.
Okay, miigwech Katrina. Just to continue on and just to briefly mention the 7 Youth Inquest has been funded through EPP for the past many years, and we will be hearing from our inquest coordinator, so I won't touch too much into the 7 Youth Inquest. So I guess one of the issues that I just wanted to bring forward around the 7 Youth Inquest was the funding. We've been trying to pursue with ISC, a separate source of funding for 7 Youth Inquest. And we're of the mindset that inquest, the recommendations are extremely important and should not be funded through a proposal-based program. But unfortunately, that's where the funding is flowed through at this point. So that's something that NAN continues to work on and to pursue. Some of the issues and challenges around the EPP, the work that we do through EPP. I know that our partners are well aware of the struggles and challenges of delivering initiatives and activities through a proposal-based program. We experience continual delayed proposal calls, and project funding is delayed almost. I don't think there's ever been a year where project funding has ever been received on time and flowed in a timely manner. So that's just one of the issues that we struggle with. And all these delays jeopardizes our partners' abilities to deliver their initiatives properly, as well as it poses some challenges to staffing positions. As a proposal-based program, the funding goes from April to March, which kind of leaves a gap, April to June. So really difficult situation when partners are trying to maintain ongoing support and for their students. And that's just as I mentioned, the issue of the 7 Youth Inquest funding. ISC did indicate a few months back that they are working on identifying a funding source, as well as changes. Revisions have always been an ongoing thing with the EPP at the HIS. ISC, and essentially, it's really hard as a proposal-based program. It's really hard to maintain ongoing initiatives, those initiatives that are successful and working in our schools and within our tribal councils. So it's very unpredictable. We never know if an activity will be funded again the following year, or whether it's going to be denied. So changes are an ongoing challenge, and essentially we've built up a very unique and a unique EPP program. We have, as I mentioned, many initiatives that our partners work on. And we also heard that on day one, the presentation that the ADM delivered that, there was a sentence in there that certainly caught the attention of many of our partners about EPP. And I quote that, that their document did say that work is underway to reduce proposal-based systems such as the Education Partnerships Program and combine various funding areas into one First Nations controlled envelope. So I've had a few partners voice their concerns about what that means for our initiatives in the territory, and those concerns have been relayed to our DGC's office for further follow-up and conversation or discussion. Lastly, I just want to mention our hardworking EPP team, Education Partnerships Program team. We have Mindy Miracle as our EPP officer, and she's over there waving. Diane Younger is also an EPP officer here in Thunder Bay. I'm not sure if she's here today. Jolene Trudeau is our admin support. And Katrina Fiddler is our Education Initiatives Coordinator. And myself, we work together as a team to make sure that we keep moving forward with the work that needs to be completed in our work plan, as well as working with all our tribal council partners in hopefully improving student outcomes through all the work that's currently being done. Miigwech, I'll end there. If you have any questions, we're always available to respond.
All right, before we move on, I just wanted to open up the floor to anyone that had questions for Katrina or Kathy. Well, if you do have questions, like they said, they will be here for the rest of the day, right? Yeah. You'll be here for the rest of the day, yeah? You'll be here for the rest of the day if you have questions. So both of them will be here.
Thank you very much to our youth co-chair for introducing that agenda item. Before we move on to the next agenda item, if we can have actually Amanda Manila come, and oh, she's ready, but give me 1 second. I saw Grand Chief was here, and I was going to get him to come up and say a few words. I don't know if he's out in the hall. If somebody can take a look out in the hall. I just wanted to give Grand Chief a few minutes to address the assembly. If not, we'll get him when he's back, hopefully before lunch. So we will continue, and we'll see if that bee that was flying around will approach the Grand Chief when he comes up to the podium. I don't know where that came from. Ujinawe Shandik. We look closer. Amo Shabuzagan. Amo Shabuzagan gave a message. So just checking the doors. I don't see Grand Chief. So okay, we'll proceed with the presentation on the 7 Youth Inquest and get an update with Amanda Manila. Actually, Grand Chief just walked in. Amanda, can I pause for? Sorry. Okay, I was just saying, Grand Chief, that it's good to have you here.
and I saw you walk in. So I'm going to give Grant Chief a couple of minutes to address the assembly, and then we'll come back to Amanda.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is still morning. I got called out by a chief, their deputy Grand Chief, Narcisse, was asking if I would say some words. I said, of course. I first of all want to acknowledge, as always, the prayer and the drum. I want to acknowledge our leadership. And of course, I want to acknowledge our educators who are here today, many of which are in the audience, many of which are listening. Online membership, and we're here to talk about education. I wanted to share a quick story. Not a funny story like Bobby's there yesterday about going to New Zealand, but somewhat of the reason for sharing this is we're in this very crucial crossroads. We're in this time of emergency. I'll call it a silent emergency, but some are raising it. I was listening in on the discussion about language yesterday, and I was looking at our rates here. So I had Bearskin Lake, my home community, 1993, 97%, students 71, 2019, 20%. That's an emergency. And for those who don't know, I might have been one of those students back in the time I left. I see my one of my leaders here, Leon Beardy. And he remembers the time that I was in Bearskin. And my father and I, my family, left around grade 1. And I've shared this story many, many times, but we came down to Thunder Bay. I went to Ogden School. And at that time, I and my teachers and my father had said, English is going to get you the jobs that you need, the salary, the work. It's going to make you move far in life. And even as a young person, I was like, okay, I'm going to get really good at this language, and I'm going to go far. I'm going to go succeed. And I did the best I could. But in that time, I had lost that part of who I was. I had lost that part of me, as if something fell off of me. You know, and you carry that throughout your life. And we talk about our young people here today, right? We talk about the education system, and we talk about the issues and the social issues, and we wonder why they're struggling. And I'm not saying this is the answer for all of them, but I know some of them are struggling with identity, their culture, their language, and their connection to the land. So I bring that up because I had lost it, and I'm at this point in my life as the Grand Chief, as a leader of our nation, and a vast majority of our nation is young people who could probably relate. If they're listening, they could probably relate. They're not going to share it with you or anyone else, but they could probably relate. They might be embarrassed that they can't speak it. They might be embarrassed they can't understand. They might be embarrassed that they lost that part of who they are. But we need to get past that and start working on it and encourage them to start. Let's do it together. Encourage them to start learning. I heard Matthew's words yesterday. I was in Toronto for a meeting, and I was tuning in a little bit. Matthew says, just open your mouth and do it. And my father and I have talked about this many, many times. And he's apologized for what has happened in the past about the language and having let that happen. But he said, it's time for you there, son, to stop making excuses and take charge. Take charge of what you can do. Quit blaming me and the government and the school system. Do it yourself, which is what I've been embarking on. And I hope that the young people who are listening start embarking on this also. Not just the young people my age even. I got staff members who fully understand it, but they won't speak it. So I think with education and the language, that big discussion, that's one of the points that I wanted to hit on real quick before I talked about anything else. I know some of our chiefs have talked about this, can relate to this. And my father said to me, he said, it's very easy for me to say that I have my language when I was younger. I've always had it. I don't know how it is not to have it. The hard part is not having it and attaining it and keeping it. That's going to take leadership, he said. So there's got to be something done together in unity. We keep talking about it, and talking about stats and issues. But what are we going to do to address that? What kind of stance do we take here as a nation? I've been working on things as a Grand Chief. It's one of my top things. I've worked with, I've raised this with the ministers, Patty, Miller. I've raised this with the provincial ministers. Why is our language not legislated? It's legislated, it's funded, it's provided funds, and it's protected. Why can't NAN have legislation that protects their language? We are very unique. We are a very unique territory. There's nowhere else in Canada that exists like NAN. So we've been raising that legislation issue. Let's get this language legislated. Cree, Ojibwe, Ojibwe, legislated and funded and protected for generations to come, so that it's in our schools, it's in our homes, it's everywhere. Those are just some of the ideas that I've had as high level thinking, and obviously many of you know that legislation takes time. High policy change takes time. So we're talking years from now when we talk about a government that's willing to work with us on legislative change. But what do we do in the short-term change? I'll express to our leaders to even those who may not be great with the language, to start, as Matthew said, start speaking it. Admit that you may not be able to understand it or speak it, and let's do it together, because this is a crucial part of our nation and our that sovereignty that we talk about, that governance. We've had I've had elders tell me, Grand Chief, you should just declare NAN a territory. This is our territory. But how can we do that without the language, without the culture being stronger than it should be? So those are just some of the educational components that I carry in my leadership, and obviously education is important when it comes to our young people securing lives and jobs. They do need English. They do need to succeed in university and college. They do want to go raise families and put their kids in hockey. So we need to ensure that we continue to do that. And I know that our deputy and his team continue to advocate. We talked about the education reset table. We talked about some of the work that needs to go on and continue to go on. We need to talk about post-secondary funding. Post-secondary funding is it's students continue to excel. There's more students going, but the funding remains the same. It may go up and down from time to time, but our students, there's more and more post-secondary students, and we need to ensure that they have that support to go to school. We can't tell a student, no, we don't have enough funds. They deserve that opportunity, as I did. I'm not sure if Leona is listening. I think she's actually in Las Vegas. She's on vacation right now, Leona, I saw on her Facebook. But Leona was so instrumental in my post-secondary as a young person, and ensuring that I got all the support that I needed. So all of your young people who are out there, I know some of them are in school right now. We have a ton of high school students, a ton of college students, university students. We have little ones who wanted to do the same things as their big brothers and sisters and their uncles and aunts. So we need to ensure that that pot increases, and we're continuing to do that. So I can go on and on about education. It's still my passion. I know I see some of our former staff here, Dobie Don, who I worked with, and others, and we have chiefs and leadership here. We're very passionate about education. So we need to continue to advocate, be the squeaky wheel that gets the grease with these governments. You know, they oftentimes they don't work quick enough. When we have crisis in our schools, they don't respond as fast as we would like them to. You know, we have a lot of work to do, and we need to continue to do it. I just wanted to share that, and from Anishinaabe Nation, we look forward to the work ahead. There's a lot of other ongoing issues. We do have our Chiefs Assembly January, the week of the 20th. I won't try to look it up now, but we do have our Chiefs leadership, and we have some big issues going on right now within the territory. I know that some of our chiefs here are talking about nuclear waste and you know, things that may affect our territory, and we are working on this stuff. So we expect to and hope to see our leadership there, and of course our educators. I just want to say to you all, I really cherish and applaud the work that you do. I was in North Spirit for the funeral of our late Chief Kizek, and it was the educators running around ensuring that everyone was okay. It was the educators putting up all the pictures and asking if you needed anything. You know, it was the educators who were helping with the leadership in that community, and it's the educators that will lead in our First Nations. They spend more time with our kids than most of us. My kid's at school all day, so he's learning more from his teacher and his peers than he is at home. Because when he comes home, he's a teenager now. He doesn't even talk to me anymore. He goes right downstairs and keeps to himself. So, you know, it's our educators who are really making that change. So I applaud you, and anything that NAN can do to support and help with our educators in the North, please let us know. And I know that we have a deputy who's doing an amazing job leading this file, and I look forward to working with all of you. And of course, before I go, I want to thank our chairs who are here every single meeting, every single Chiefs Assembly, and we thank you for your leadership and your support there, Adam, Connie, and others. Thank you. Miigwech.
Great, thank you very much, Grand Chief, for those comments. We also have Michelle Sanderson is the CAO, Chief Administrative Officer. She's here right now as well, so I'm going to ask Michelle to come up and say a few words to the Assembly.
Good morning, Buju. I would just like to, I guess, thank and acknowledge the drum and the prayer this morning. And just a few further details. So we will be having the Winter Assembly here in Thunder Bay, January 17, 18, and 19. The registration link and information will be forthcoming. So I just also want to take the time to thank the deputy and for all the education staff for all the hard work that had taken place to host this event. And I just want to say welcome. Miigwech.
Great, thank you, Michelle. Just a quick update on the Assembly coming up in January. So we're going to get to the 7 Youth Inquest update. And again, Amanda, if you can make your way up. And again, Amanda is the 7 Youth Inquest Coordinator.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Amanda Minella, and I'm the 7 Youth Inquest Coordinator. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for allowing me to speak today, as well as for all those who sit on membership of the 7 Youth Inquest coordinator tables. For those of you who don't know, the 7 Youth Inquest is a result of the 7 youth who tragically lost their lives here in Thunder Bay while attending school for an education. Those 7 youth include Jordan Wabas, Jethro Anderson, Kyle Morriso, Robin Harper, Paul Penichi, Reggie Bushy, and Cran Strain. The goal of the inquest, the goal of the proceedings, was to ensure that no deaths like these ever happen again in the future for our youth here for an education. As a result, 145 recommendations were implemented by a judge and jury, and the inquest concluded on June 28th, 2016. Anishinaabe Aski Nation Inquest Coordination oversees all implementation of these recommendations. So, there has been a lot of successful work that has happened over the last year throughout the 7 Youth Inquest, specifically during our 2022-2023 fiscal year. Unfortunately, a portion of the year was unprecedented due to COVID-19, the global pandemic, and the ongoing concerns. Individuals working from home and remotely with the lack of in-person communication. But although the inquest department has been successful at completing the following resources, of which were a result of the implementations, those of which include the missing persons search toolkit, the health promotional resources, of which include the opioid info sheet, the binge drinking poster, the Good Samaritan law, and the strategies for parents and caregivers. The student safety line, including the 344 Safe Line, which was in collaboration with the Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center and the MOU. Along with that, in regards to recommendation 116, the media campaign was launched, as well as the inquest backgrounder and the youth handbook, the handbook for the youth consent and capacity, as well as the relaunch of the Am I Missing campaign, all of which have been completed and are being distributed on an ongoing basis. A copy of the previously mentioned resources can be provided upon request. What's to come for the 7 Youth Inquest for the remaining 2022-2023 fiscal year? Well, despite the year still being unprecedented with a hybrid approach that NAN took to have our employees safely back in the office and to improve in-person communication, the following resources are now being developed and are said to be completed by the end of 2023. Those of which include a cannabis info sheet, the drug use prevention booklet, a healthy habits booklet, the anti-sex trafficking info sheet, as well as the missing person search toolkit index card. Again, these resources will be developed and said to be complete by the end of the 2023 fiscal year. So, in regards to some of the status of our recommendations, I'd like to highlight the following recommendations. Recommendation 21, in regards to the Youth Leadership Training Manual, is currently being ongoingly developed. For recommendation 36, which is the Choose Life program, the Choose Life program has been successful at providing programs and services to help with mental health and well-being supports for the youth, as well as other initiatives are currently being developed and ongoing. Recommendation 40, the health promotional resources, those of which included the opioid info sheet, the binge drinking poster, the Good Samaritan law info sheet, strategies for parents and caregivers booklet, have now been completed and will be distributed to clinics, schools, parents, guardians, and First Nation on-reserve schools. For recommendation 47 and 87, comprehensive assessments are still being ongoingly developed, as well as for the continuity of care. The continuity of care was a form that was developed to ensure awareness and continuity for students throughout their time here for education. Previously, in the spring of 2022, March specifically, successfully, NAN has developed the continuity of care form, which is set to run again in the upcoming spring of 2023. For recommendation number 91, the Am I Missing campaign was relaunched in August of 2021 and was established to create awareness towards missing persons. Also, in regards to recommendation number 91 was the Missing Persons Search Toolkit, which I had the pleasure of sitting on membership for and helping develop content with the various partners, coordinators, city representatives, including the City of Thunder Bay Police, NAPS, OPP, and as well as Lakehead Search and Rescue, which did undergo for protocol perspectives. This recommendation has now been complete and the resource has been developed and will be distributed on an ongoing basis. So, moving on to issues within the 7 Youth Inquest. Inquest holds concerns for the education gaps, which include education-related training for coordination level positions, as well as increase of police training and awareness, and concern for staffing, renovations, partnerships, funding, and specifically funding of which includes A, provincial schools 21 years of age to match federal-based funding, B, Power School, Students Information System, the same as the school boards, as well as increased funding to speed up the curriculum, and D, special allowance for student activities and clothing, etc. And E, permanent funding for appropriate long-term plans looking into student safety and mental health and the Mental Health Act. I had the opportunity to reach out to the various coordinators that I work with on a daily basis to collaboratively come together to develop these issues, to have them mentioned here today at the Chiefs Assembly. Ongoing with our issues within the 7 Youth Inquest, a major issue that has been a concern for all partners is the 7 Youth Inquest Coordination Table. What do these meetings entail? These meetings are a high technical level table, which includes discussions of further 7 Youth Inquest planning for future, the activities, initiatives, and especially funding. These meetings are essential to have for further growth of our 7 Youth Inquest. What is the issue? The issue here is that there has been previous success, but currently, for the future, we are concerned. These issues are that the fact that these meetings continuously keep being canceled due to last-minute key representatives not being present, including federal and provincial governments, ministers, directors, and managers. The lack of content and agenda information isn't provided either as well to continue the growth for these discussions. This is a concern for all partners, for all coordinators, and for all representatives. And the goal for the future is to ensure readiness of all participants and accountability for those who are key to be present at this table. This has been taken into note and has also been passed on to the government This has also been passed on to the government representatives, including those of which include the IAO representatives, as well as at management level. I thank you all for listening to me this morning, and I look forward to doing more successful work with you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions on the presentation on the 7 Youth Inquest? I know there, okay, so we do have a question, proxy, I'm assuming proxy, Matthew? I better check first.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay.
The letter. He portau ona may go to Mujgade when he but I'll ask the question about first. I have some questions about the EPP Panmaud. Yeah. I just want to kind of know about what type of activities or initiatives have been done to work with the police. When you mentioned Thunder Bay, are we talking about the other sites too, like Solocout, in terms of working with the police?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you. I got working with the police. I
Okay, I was
apologize.
just wondering, when you're talking about the police training and awareness, are you just focusing on Thunder Bay, or are you talking about Solocout too?
No, we're focusing on Thunder Bay, but I do also believe that it could be passed on to the other organizations.
Okay, I think the reason why I'm bringing this out is it's not just Thunder Bay that we have issues. It seems like a lot of things that are happening, a lot of good things are happening under the inquest, but we're forgetting about the other site, which is Solocout. And we have a lot of students there. And I know one of the students passed from there. So I was just wondering, I know that, at least for my staff, we're not having a very productive working relationship with the local police, depending on who the commander is. I was just wondering is there a way that whatever you guys are doing in Thunder Bay to kind of try to find ways of how to support us in the other side, in Solocout mainly, just having a lot of similar problems too? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I definitely think that there are ways that NAN, and especially the work that we do here in Thunder Bay as well as in Timmins, can support Solocout. I definitely think that maybe having a representative from your area sit in onto the calls so we can have that work transferred and implemented and hear their perspective might be a good start, so we can all collaboratively work together in that.
Okay, maybe just for clarity for me, I know with all the wonderful work that's been done under the inquest. So is Thunder Bay the main site that's being focused on? I just want a clarity.
No, it's not the main site. I mean, although the work does take place specifically led here, as well as in Timmins, we do look at all and everybody's perspectives, and we want to ensure that everybody is taken care of throughout the inquest. Okay,
because we're part of NNEC too. Like, I'm trying to advocate for Solocout site. Like,
and
I like to see more things done by your staff to support our students in Solocout too. We have a lot of students over there, as well as Pelican. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. After EPP.
Okay. Amanda Gagistuman, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, good. So Amanda is here. Are there any more questions for Amanda on the 7 Youth inquest? Okay, so I don't see any, so, oh, I do.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Munias, Nishikandaga First Nation. We first of all, the drum and the prayer this morning, everybody here. Also, we were told that an elder passed away in Abmatang, so we send our condolences to the Slipperjack family. Miigwech, also Grand Chief, for the words, sharing some of those key issues that we all need to be aware of. When it comes to the inquest, I just wanted to raise some issues from our First Nation as well as from our tribal council. I think there has to be a way to try to bring these things together in terms of how we can collectively work on some of these issues. I've noticed, and I've been briefed by some of our staff, that there's somewhat of a disconnect between when we're talking about the inquest, some of the work that's, some of the important work that needs to be done. I think that's something that needs to be looked at very closely. So I'm saying this to the Deputy Grand Chief, that we have to find ways like Matawa seems to be always on the side when it comes to how these discussions and deliberations or plannings are taking place. So I would like to see more of a reach out both ways, I guess, for Matawa and also the processes that are underway at NAN and other places to make sure that we don't overlook anybody, because we're all doing this for the benefit of our young people, and whether if they're from this tribal council, from that community. And I think that the other thing too that needs to happen is the reach out to the communities. We have systems in place where we have individual tribal council, education authorities, organizations, and that's something that seems to be lacking right now. We need to improve upon that, how we can do that, and certainly we like to see more of that. I think there needs to be a more collectiveness to how we reach out and how we collectively work on issues that really do matter to our youth. Another thing I wanted to mention about the language, I know the Grand Chief mentioned about the language. I think we need to look at how do we actually do something like our traditions and culture is all mostly oral. It's an oral tradition, and as I speak here, I should be able to speak my language. I should be able to share things in my own language, but we're so accustomed to the English language. I think we need to, if we truly want to make an impact on our communities, if we truly want to lead by example, we need to start looking at that. I think it should be a requisite on us as leaders to be able to convey those kind of things. Chikagoy nasudutat yange anin egren jigchine dalke here kitan snabe munne and yakske chage nakanaje aje kunmagoinge ni wage gonan genin when I was a kid. That's all they talk to us. My brothers and I, they talk to us in their own language. And I think we're losing that, and we're slowly getting away from that. And I think we have to think about that. At the back there, but they're at the back. Mishnit na karan gets in tagi 7 as jigi more importantly, anin Miami to maintain our languages in our communities, even in our forms here. Or people are listening to us when we're talking here. And I bet you 90% of our talk is always about English, even now when I speak. And that's something that we need to look at very closely. That we're in a crisis. The Grand Chief just said that. We all know that in our communities. Even in our own grandkids, we see that. And that's something that's very important. And that's a very important message, the Grand Chief. Why is it so important? Because it's part of our identity. The gifts. Missioned na karan na chinanag tanjgatek. Skay gichamna na game agatan tago na tagnongum. Kemagagete kagete again again the shanje enjoy machugoji muartaso. Ajegi minugozanga those gifts. We need to take those kind of steps. If we truly want to retain and revitalize our languages in our communities, we have to take those big monumental steps in order to create the space and the time and the environment so our people and our young people can start realizing that it is important. They don't have to hide. And I think the Grand Chief really put it in perspective when he talked about that. The language is so important in our daily lives, in who we are as Anishinaabe people. Whatever that dialect is, but it is part of who we are. So that's important, and I'm very grateful and thankful that the Grand Chief raised that. And we all need to work together to try to do something. About our languages, preserving our languages, promoting our languages. As we move on, we're probably going to talk just in English, but we should be encouraging our people. And this is where I was really so impressed with my colleague that's sitting beside me. They got a lot of materials. We have a lot of stuff that's in our communities about language preservation, revitalization, retaining the languages in our communities. And I think we need to come together and try to do something, even in our chiefs' meetings, to encourage our chiefs, to encourage our speakers to speak their language. And that's something. Or the government. It's not a bad idea to speak in your own language. It's never a bad idea, even when you're talking to the minister, even when you're talking to the government. It's always good because it's who we are as First Nation people. It's who we are as Anishinaabe people. It's the gifts that the Creator provided us. So I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to acknowledge the Grand Chief and the other speakers and the presenters that are so passionately carrying out some of the messages and some of the important work that we're doing. And I think if we can embark upon that goal in mind, to show by example. To show by example that we mean what we say. We are going to try to speak our language. We are going to try to learn. We are going to make efforts to learn the languages of our peoples, to learn the languages of our ways, not just today, but in the past, but for the future. So miigwech, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Nice presentation there on the 7 inquest. Yeah.
Miigwech, thank you very much. So, but I just want to wrap up in English. I'm going to go to Chief Russell Wesley, Cat Lake. Lunch is here. We do have one more agenda item to go through before we eat. So, and then I'm going to come back to Matthew, who has a question for the previous presenters. So, Chief Wesley, go ahead.
Bonjour. Ani go egonik chief kitsi. Ebegoni ni tushindan go genin gay jina manage stay na manage sing we gaj mat jang aman kenda no tok man go tishkuni non no guys sick again okay kitabino chijminanak yus nanak ani naja yenishna beodzin tasino you tishgijenio yeshkugianisna beodzin ani no tasino on genok ini chance nanak yus nanak inge go panaje on tuachi nishna beodzin an nawisa mit jiaton go kichina mang nishna beodzin Shigunge go na go panigun ya pichi magan go pania panigo panian jon is doing here take it schnabe odzina kanin gunin nyom bezin chibun seg ejigip seg go ye guys seg ye paninge go japane tigujiot again look kini chance nanak. Nawi kategigit man kataman niyanon. Shunjigibit namang egagachis esnuk. Işte den artık eşsik dışkınıgın nanak. Yoshishkin umaga tapen go kito ni gan simina nanak ak chuga mi no gen makan esik. Yang yo tapen aben ödik chuga makan chinigan shkainak. Mishiga enagiban yo tapen nagiban ye no nak chigi kiyo pan weti kitan shnabi odzin nanak. Tuna kunigi nanan jigina nakat shtuin ban mianish ma wench segen yenan. Ona kunigi gab mute again gan in chance nanak panigi bigyoch. Ye bejika nagiban bianona ban yelchen kating jigie natangan yenan itan shnabiot zinan. Ona kunigi nan jigi machunas nangibanin. Ye sick. Washing being good talk, Nan met Nasabuna Jayam, a gang treaty, Gam Shiguna, on as not Magan Gina and get knock on the gate, Nan and Gin Aben. She go was Buxen, what Yajigi to Tungiban, Ozami go with Shigatuji, Dimension Yay, Mijigin, Yagamini going, Huguma and Gown, such. Good morning. I just wanted to make some comments, a general comment and observation on the status of our people, in particular our children and grandchildren. And I spoke about this a while back, that I was extremely shocked and discouraged at the realization that our people are nearly fully assimilated. And the extreme loss of language and culture in our children and grandchildren. This morning, I just gave a off-the-cuff comment that I estimated that our language and cultural losses in the NAN region, on average, is exceeding 80%. It's a huge number when you think about it in terms of our communities. We're failing. The system that we operate in, our organizational structures are all failing because we conform to contribution agreement requirements, and we develop our organizations around those requirements. And in the last election for our NAN executive, I encouraged our Grand Chief that we should return back to our cultural processes in terms of governance. That we need to start writing these laws down. As an example, the Man Rep program that's undertaking childcare law development in some of our communities. We need to start writing our laws. The treaty has been in existence over 150 years. 150 years later, we haven't written nothing down. When there's a treaty, there's two people that need to implement the treaty. Government did theirs, we never did ours. That was the mandate that I had given Grand Chief, is that we need to start writing our laws down. We can no longer be an oral society. We have to evolve as a culture. Our laws are the basis of are the basis for retaining our language and culture. I think I will leave my comments there for the time being. This is what I see that we need to do overall, because I tend to look at things globally when I want to talk about issues. And this is a global issue. Our children are losing the culture. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Chief Wesley. Thank you. So I'm going to go to Matthew. Matthew has a question, I think, on the for Kathy and Katrina.
Konina ko kapkaideon ibago you kagan moten Kathy EPP. They were they were so good extend aganda ktabadani ma ni na unde ma ada yuftuangi ma tribal councils kajigadi. Ko mishushweta awe shonia esta giabat kchona gnot gange kite minuang tani no tunchi abat jang and the gonchi wawi jang hak sponik amiwe shagut kagi kite chuma shonia ko ma feature in kinagan ni mama tenta mo ni ant stuart anin kashbak no joni shonia they were so they are stone and nam selda anin kegi sitpe wawi chayang daut koni gap ma charge and which kono no I go ke ka pinti ke ochima em chiko kono gamago. But anyways, what I wanted to kind of share is one of my colleagues just came to me just to clarify and also share with the chiefs and the proxies that EPP has been very helpful in terms of delivering and supporting our high school students. And but it's getting to be very restrictive, I guess, in a way where it's we're kind of losing it slowly on a yearly basis, whereby ISC is kind of making changes on their formulas. But what I wanted to mention is, I know Kathy already provided a lot of information about it, but a lot of things that we can access, it all depends how much money is left over. But it seems like the money that was focused only to NAN has been kind of opened up for other organizations. So that's what I heard anyways. But what I wanted to mention is, I know that a lot of activities that we have to do or that we have to request is proposal based, but it's towards supporting the students. But a lot of times we don't get anything else that we can utilize to support the students' activities. The funding is minimal. I guess that's my point. We don't have any other monies to use. I think that's what's missing out of EPP. We should be asking for more money, more funds in a way of supporting not only with the high school students, but even the students that are coming up. So that way we as the tribal councils, because we're caught in between, the communities depend on us and depend on NNEC and other second level service delivery organizations, that we need to make sure that we find ways of how to convince ISC to be able to provide us more monies, not less monies, or even not to try to find ways of try to pass the buck, I guess I'll put it that way. That's what I see ISC doing too, is they're trying to find ways of how to lessen our funding and try to find ways of to make us compete over the monies. But my main point is that money is not enough. We just don't have any other means of supporting our students and our children in our communities, and also for students that are coming out. That's my main point. Thanks.
Migach Matthew, kaungan no kegun kagagwedesin. Sagot chuko chugma kanes angi daikid yuen ga doesn't much.
Miigwech kanwe kama gagik dodge gainin nok the o I would two mang education reset that you got. So those are the different areas that we want to bring with respect to our new education reset table. We want to change the paradigm. We're going to change the paradigm of discussion to make it needs-based funding. Needs-based. This is, no longer can we don't want to go in that process where it's always proposal-based or application-based. We want to go to an area, a realm where we are negotiating with Indigenous Services Canada on needs-based funding for all of our education systems. Now, that's going to be a new discussion, a new pathway forward. I know there's a lot of discussions, perhaps some confusion as well. What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of the education reset? And it's more or less learning from, like I said, on day one, with all the inroads that we made, especially with my other file in Child and Family Services, where NAN has a specific, their own process with respect to making inroads in that area. This is what we want to also accomplish with the Reset NAN table. We're going to be working with all of with leadership and our education tribal councils as well to identify those particular priority areas. And it's frustrating. I heard Kathy's presentation. We've reviewed this throughout the whole year, that why our institutions, why our First Nations have to wait so long for many of their contributions in EPP and moving ahead. And that's where we want to work with you and our department as well to identify more of a pathway for needs-based funding. And also, like I said, with especially all the integral parts, including the language aspect. These are the pragmatic things that we want to do, the more practical areas to really look at ways to really access needs-based resourcing and funding that is coming from our communities. So I just want to offer that.
Miigwech, mi doesn't got Matthew Gavitz na wicket.
Yeah, can you recognize Dobie? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy. And I just have one comment, and it is, I know everybody keeps talking about moving proposal-based funding into core, but I just want to remind everybody we have to be very cognizant of the fact that anybody who is funding protected, basically that's just giving ISC more money, to move around in their funds, and it's taking money away from those of us that are using the proposal-based funds. So we don't want to see proposal-based funds moved into core until there is an actual needs-based process, because if that were to happen today, it would actually reduce the amount of funding coming into some of our organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the comments and questions on the presentations. We've been encouraged to speak our language. We've been talking about the loss of our language, and it's important to actually take action and do it, not just talk about it. So we've been encouraged to speak our language. There is translation that happens at all of these assemblies. And I said this before, unfortunately, we put the onus on the poor elders to go and get the headset and put the headset on. Why can't we speak in our language and everybody else go get a headset? So I'm going to encourage that we speak in our language as much as possible. If you don't understand the language, go get a headset. There's headsets there. In fact, everybody should get one anyway and listen to the language while the assembly is taking place. So miwe as a medium maite sago ju gap basic gegun gautas ngadik ego das basic usage uskad zag magaw pijawad mawjugo kstine dagon UN gawi pesendawanda gawi natawanda ego das mi bugun dawaj geni job doesn't ganong we kamash anawin gugumachan rid gam de ganab dang medium in mi bin magay genatek. So we're going to go to the next agenda item. We'll hold off on lunch. We'll have a very short break. And then we want to make sure we resume at 1:15. It is a youth panel. It's very important to listen to the youth and have that discussion. So I'm going to ask, actually, I'm taking over here, Connie Winston.
Hausa. Sherry Britton ganona chibijat chibitabaj mut yan ke gainan kit mainan.
Bonjour, Wapshki Nagisipran Dishnakas. My name is Sherry Britton. Thank you. I'm the education manager with NAN. I'd like to start by acknowledging the drum and the singers this morning. The singers are so incredible. And Lucy as well for her prayer and starting us in a good way, she always does. I'm really honored to be able to present to you today, so thank you for listening to me and taking some time and losing out on lunch to hear me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do this a little more quickly than I had planned. I'm going to go through some of the work that we're doing, and then I'm going to go into some important considerations that we need to think about when we move into the reset table. Am I supposed to? Okay, so this is my team that I work with. Laurie Van Buskirk, you probably saw her out at registration. Nicole McKay, she presented on day one. She's our new language and culture analyst. Jessica Corsten is here. She's our new student safety coordinator. Emma Krakauer is over there. She's our education policy analyst, and I'm the education manager. So we're a small team, but we have 5 work plans. Student safety, inquest through EDU. We do inquest work for the Ministry of Education. We do student safety through EPP. We have a few things from the EPP work plan. We do First Nation lifelong learning table and the language and culture activities. So we are really, really busy. We're always on the go. We also work closely with ISC, both regional and HQ. We work with the funding formula and IEO and IEO, I'm sorry, regarding the funding and services that they provide. So this is some of the bilateral and language initiatives. Bilateral is the FNLLT, or the First Nations Lifelong Learning Table. So over the last year, we've had some really great events, even though COVID tried to slow us down. We had these events virtually, and they were really, really good. So the first one was the languages curriculum training that we had last April. We had capped it at 80. We were fully attended, and we had some really great information and techniques that were brought forward by our presenters on how to bring language into the curriculum, both in First Nation schools and in the provincial schools. The next one was our land-based learning gathering, and that one was, I believe it was in May, just a month later. And we had actually over 200 participants at that one, and they were not only from NAN territory, but from all over the place. We had from BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and also from Michigan, Minnesota, and Arizona. So we really had a wide range of attendees there, and it went really well. It also had very great presenters. I think the one that really tinged on me was how to indigenize the provincial curriculum. It was a lady out of Saskatchewan, I believe, who had been fighting with the province there in trying to get them to indigenize the curriculum, and she had some really great ideas on how to bring that forward. The third one was held in August, and Nicole actually did that one. She had just started about a month before, and she pulled that together. And it was really great because at that one, we heard from the youth what they wanted to see, from the youth that come to high school in Thunder Bay. What gaps are there? What is missing? And what do they want to see? And how can we make things better for them? So it was really great to hear from the youth. These you saw from Nicole's presentation on day one. The Madogan model was made by Anne-Marie Hekagamic, who was our previous language lead. And she did some really, really excellent work with the elders and the language committee when she was here. So they made the model, which they then followed through in making the language strategy, as well as the cultural-based education delivery book. We have them both, and if anybody wants copies, please let me know and we can get them out to you. At this point now, Nicole will carry on the torch, and she's going to move forward and try to build off of these model and the delivery book that has been brought forward. But we're trying now, because of COVID, the education committee, or sorry, the language committee kind of dwindled down because we weren't able to meet over the last couple of years. So if there is anybody, or if you know of anybody that you'd like to sit on the language committee, please do reach out to Nicole, because we need to get that committee back in shape so that we can get working again on language. This is another thing that we've been doing. We started last year with the language file, offering language sessions, free sessions to anyone that registered. We had 3 sessions last year. We had Degwagan, Pichpun, and Sigwan. They were all excellently attended, so we again put them for this year. We've started again. Now, in less than a week, this is actually from a couple days ago, we had 368. In under a week, we had 368 people register for these classes. That's how much they really are in demand. People want to learn. But as Matthew has been talking about yesterday about language, overwhelmingly, the people that are signing up are either have no or very little knowledge of the language. So there are a lot of people out there with no knowledge that want to learn. So as long as we can keep this going, as long as there's interest, we will keep these classes going. This is an interesting one. This one is coming up. Actually, this is going to be in a couple weeks' time. And we are partnering with education jurisdiction and youth and family wellness. It's going to be a couple of days over the weekend, travel in on the Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, and travel out Monday. It's for youth and elders to get together, to speak, to learn. The goal of the event is to encourage cultural revitalization and to get the youth and elders together, to participate together, to talk together, and to learn from each other. Registration filled up very, very quickly, but I have 12 spots. I have 12 spots available that they're held on the side. So if you know of any youth that would like to attend, travel and accommodation is covered, and they can come down and spend the weekend at the event. Please let me know, because I'd love to have some more youth coming down and enjoying that. We are also looking for a couple more elders, if elders would like to come and enjoy. We would really, really like to have a few more elders attending that event with us. Now, during that weekend, there's also a round dance planned. That's going to be open to the public, so you don't have to be registered to the event, but anyone can come to that. But we're really hoping that that's going to be an exciting and well-attended all-around event. So this moves on to the work that Jessica does. This is student safety, inquest, and EPP. We got a call, I think it was maybe a year and a half ago, or actually Grand Chief's office got a call from Constance Lake, because there was a van that had been driving around where the kids were. And it was a strange van. They didn't know where it was, and they were really concerned. And so they wanted NAN to do something to make the kids aware of stranger danger, to make them know that this actually is happening even in our communities, and watch out. So the student safety coordinator sat down with the EPP staff, and they put together these various posters, which we then sent out to the communities, and they kind of focus on an age group. They're very age specific, from very young to human trafficking, because there are different things that you have to be aware of at the different ages. We still have posters, and if anybody wants more sent to them, again, please let me know, because we'll get them to you right away. This is other work that we do under student safety. This stuff actually comes under the inquest that we do for Ministry of Education. So you'll see that we have the community Visit Protocol Guide. That one was made to address the fact that when non-First Nation partners want to go into a community, how do they know what to do? How do they properly approach? How do they properly go into the community in a respectful and safe way? So we put that together for them. The Schools Option North book underneath, you will see that one addresses the inquest recommendation so that students living out in the communities are not stuck with their choices for high school, that they have a more open selection of high schools. So this book offers high schools all across Northern Ontario, and it lists them by location, by supports, by programs, so that the students can find out what they're exactly looking for and choose the high school that way. They're not stuck with just a few. Over on the far side, you'll see the two books on top of each other, the orange and green ones. Those are our student transition workbooks. The first one is for boarding homes, and that's a great workbook for students in grade 8 to do with their teachers or with their parents. It gives them an idea of what to expect when they move into the city and live with the boarding home. What to expect, how to make that contact with the boarding parents, how to establish a relationship, what are they going to see in the city, what kind of things, how are they going to overcome homesickness or fear or study issues. So that is the first workbook. The second workbook, we're just waiting for it to come out. It's being printed as we speak. And it's the mental health and wellness workbook. So that covers issues, let's see, it's personal care, healthy living, worry, anxiety, sadness, and grief, grief and trauma, self-advocacy, gender identity. It covers a great number of topics, and we're really hoping that people are going to find that very useful. Again, we still have a large number of the first workbooks. We're going to have 2,000 of the second workbooks very soon. So please reach out if you want any for your schools, for your students. You'll see the two pictures, well, the three pictures, the two in the middle and the one on the side. That one speaks to an anti-racism strategy through the inquest. And that is our, we call it our community building display. It's a panel display that we created. It has artwork on the sides, and you'll see it has NAN kind of work on either end. And down the middle are informational panels. Myths, common myths. It talks about treaty. It talks about the Indian Act, and it talks about the 7 Youth Inquest, of course. It's been really, really well received. It's been displayed in several places in Thunder Bay and been really well received. The purpose of the display is to educate non-First Nation as to try to break down barriers, to try to get them to understand and make Thunder Bay a more welcoming place for kids that are coming here to go to school. Now, that being said, it's only been in Thunder Bay up till now. We would like to offer it to Sioux Lookout and to Timmins. We've actually had two schools book it so far, one in Timmins and one in Cochrane, so it will be traveling there in a few weeks. But any other schools that would like for it to travel, I think it will be going to Matawa too very soon. We really want to get this out. We want the kids to see it. So let me know if you would like to see this displayed. So what we just went over, I was talking about that Schools Options North book. This is the website that goes with it, and it actually provides a little bit more information. You can go to schooloptionsnorth.ca, and the kids will see this website, and they can go in and they can choose the school that they want. And it goes down to if they want to find a school that offers hockey or dance or skiing, or that has a really good accounting program, or that has a really good, whatever they're looking for. We have it all kind of separated into what is offered. And we're looking forward to having KIHS added to our listing very soon too. The two others, the Community Visit Protocol Guide, we have that in hard copy, but now we also have made it into an online training module so that we can offer it to people. We don't have to schedule a meeting. We can offer it to them. They can do it online at their own pace. There's a test at the end, and if they don't pass the test, they don't successfully finish the course. The same is true of the boarding parent training. That is done by the EPP staff, the in-person. But there were a lot of times where boarding parents were saying, you know what, I can't make it to the training. I can't leave my job. I don't have time to get out there. I can't find a babysitter. So this online training module provides them with an opportunity to be able to complete it on their own time. And again, it's a test at the end, and with discussion with the boarding home coordinators from the schools, it's a 90% rate. If they don't get 90% correct, they don't pass, because we want the boarding parents to be highly effective. We don't want a low standard for our boarding parents. So we've done a few things to support students' mental health, and I love this one. This one started in 2020, the winter of 2020. Students were having a really hard time. It was the first winter of COVID that mental health was really at an all-time low, and we didn't know what we wanted to do. We wanted to do something to help that. So we put together a contest, and it was submit either a Christmas video or a Christmas carol, but the carols had to be sung in language. And we did that as a contest. It was really well attended. We had lots of registrations, and we had some great videos submitted. So we've been doing it annually ever since. This will be our third year of holding this. We've just opened it up now for registration. It's amazing to see what the kids have brought. The kids, so cute. You'll see one of the kids on the top there that are singing with the drums. They're a kindergarten class, and they were just so cute singing their Christmas carol. And I'd also like to do a shout out to that top one on the other side. That was actually a remake of Elf. Matagami, for the last 2 years, the first year they did a remake of Home Alone, the Home Alone one. It was amazing. It was a 30-minute video. This one, Elf, again, it was about 20 or 30 minutes, and they had the whole community involved. The fire department was there, and the police department was there. It was really, I mean, all of the kids, we hear from the teachers that the kids really look forward to these, getting involved in these. So we're hoping to keep these going for as long as we can. For Education Awareness Week, we sent out a request for communities to send in pictures of their kids, and our theme was passing on the torch. What are you doing to pass on the knowledge so that the kids are learning the culture and the language within the community? How are you passing on the torch? And we did get a lot of pictures from the communities. It was really great to see. So we're hoping that also is another way to help. Also, we've been doing art contests, and it's absolutely amazing. The art, the talent that's available in NAN, the kids are amazing. So with each art contest, we've actually purchased a piece of art from one of the submissions. These three we've all purchased so that we could use them in branding for events or whatever else. We figured that by purchasing from the students, that would build their confidence, let them know that this could be something that they could work up in their future. They could actually make something of this. And you can see that they are really incredible. I actually received an email from the student with the first one, the Thunderbird there. And she said that she was so excited to see her painting around on posters and events and stuff like that. And she was really just so proud and happy to be able to see that. So again, we'd like to keep that going as well. What we also, just this last year did, we don't have enough that we do for post-secondary students. And we wanted to do something for our post-secondary students. So we partnered again with youth, and we made a care kit. And actually these care kits, we did 150 boxes. They're actually worth $388 a piece, so they were really expensive. The registrations, they were gone. These boxes were gone in less than a day. They were gone. And it was amazing. I keep hearing that the sweatshirts that were provided in the boxes, people are seeing them all over the place. Even in Toronto, they see people walking around with these sweatshirts. So it's great that we're finally doing something to try to support, in a little way, to try to support students to make it a little more bearable for them. It included like a Kokum's cookbook. We had different recipes from Kokums that we put into a cookbook. It had the sweater, it had different little snacks, freeze-dried snacks, and it was really actually a full and a nice box. We want to continue doing it, but we want to be able to provide more this time. So we're probably not going to be expending quite as much on each box, but we want them to still be substantial. We don't want them to be just cheap things. We want to make sure that there's something that the students are going to appreciate and like. I think we're going to try to focus more on education stuff and language. Joseph and I were talking the other day, and there's the little pocket phrase books, and they have them in Ojibwe, Ojibwe, and Cree. And so we're probably going to be purchasing a bunch of those. And then when the students register, they can say which language they want, and that'll come in their care kit with them. So the post-secondary education review, this is something that we have been working on. We contracted Randy Ray and her partner and Jerry to do this for us. They started it, I believe, in January 2021, and they have been working hard on it. They've been going constantly since then. There has been a lot of engagement. I'm sorry. There were just so many different areas that they engaged, and I'm really looking forward to the final report. They've identified barriers and they've provided recommendations. When we do get that final report, we are going to be printing it. We're going to be using the summary, the executive summary. We're going to be translating that into the 3 languages as well. And then we're going to be sharing these with all the communities so that you can see what this review has found. Of course, we have a deputy who also is very strongly interested in post-secondary, so we'll be moving forward as he provides guidance. So the Chiefs and Technicians Committee on Language and Learning, this used to be the FNECU until very, very recently, but Chiefs of Ontario wanted to kind of rejig it a little bit so that they could have chiefs at the table to help make decisions, to help move things forward there. What we do there really is we work together. We hear from the other areas because it consists of representatives from the other PTOs and the independent First Nations. So we hear what's going on across the province. We work together to find solutions to issues or to bring forward things that aren't working in certain areas. If someone needs advocacy, they might bring that forward and say, look, we're having this problem. We would like support letters for that. But really it's to identify emerging issues that are coming out in education or education funding. And that's what we do at that table. Then there's the OTIFA table. And this one is the one where we look at the student funding. And so this one, of course, is where when we had the band operated funding that then turned into the interim funding formula, which was started in 2019, April 1st. They needed to create the OTIFA table because even though the formula, which is based off of the Grants for Student Needs, which is the provincial formula, of course, there's no provincial comparability. You can't use the GSN to fund First Nation schools because it doesn't match. There is no correlation. There's no proper move over. So the OTIFA was put together so that the parties could come together to discuss all the areas that needed enhancements or all the areas that weren't addressed in that provincial formula. And you can see all the working groups. Now that's not even all of the areas that are on the parking lot that need to be addressed. Those are just the groups that were actively working on trying to find recommendations to bring forward to Indigenous Services Canada. Now that we have our wonderful reset table, we are standing back. We still attend, but we are silent there. We obtain information, but we're very excited that we're going to be able to go to the reset table with our own specific, to look for things in a NAN way, NAN specific. So this is just a sample of what the reset table relationship chart might look like. We have, of course, the First Nations in the center, because that is, they are who were there. That's the start of it. The technical table, which would be NAN Education and the Education Committee. then the political tables, which would be non-executive, Chiefs in Assembly, and the Chiefs Committee on Education. And then the reset table itself, which would be deputy and the high officials. So this is really where I wanted to bring this to your attention. In moving toward the reset table, there are things that we really need to look at, and we need to look at them quickly. Now, overcoming provincial comparability that's huge. The provincial comparability doesn't fit for us. It doesn't provide sufficient funding. It doesn't work. On top of that, NAN communities are very different, right? We have so many remote communities that it totally doesn't fit anywhere near what the provincial formula does. So we need to overcome that provincial comparability, and the only way we're going to do that is through data collection. We really need to be able to have data, and we're not looking for personal data. We're not looking for anything that names anybody, but we need to have those numbers, because if we're going to go to the government or at the reset table and we're going to talk about wanting to have needs-based funding, they're going to say, well, what do you have to show me? What are your needs? And we can't say what our needs are without the data to support it. So we really need to find a way to start that data collection. Funding protection. Now, as a caveat, as Dobie had said when she sat here just a second ago, funding protection is really a way to, they move money around. So that it's a little bit deceiving. However, we don't want to lose, we don't want to go below where we were in 17-18. And the amounts that we're getting through the interim funding formula really isn't sufficient in some cases. I mean, it's not above that. So for those areas where it's not above, we need the funding protection. It was set to expire this year. Last year, they extended it a year. Now it's set to expire again this March. The OTIFA group actually has submitted recommendations from their working group. It did go through, it was approved by the OTIFA table, so it's going to go to the CTCLL and then on to leadership, and hopefully that'll go. But at the reset table also, this is something that needs to be looked at, because we don't want to end up with less money. That's a really big issue. Students over 21. This is huge for NAN. NAN has more students over 21 than anywhere in the region, in Canada, in any other region. We lead with the number of adult students attending high school. So this affects us more than anyone else. We have at the OTIFA table submitted recommendations. The first one was outright rejected. The second one, we never really heard back. They said, well, there's this and this and this. What's really going on with that is it's also being reviewed at the national level, and they wanted to wait to see what was being done nationally. We need to have it taken care of the way we put together in our recommendations. Our recommendations actually had a lot of representatives from NNEC, from COBE, that were on that working group, and said what they needed, because we have WASAN, we have KIHS that have so many over 21 students. They need to have the proper funding for those students, and they should be fully funded, the same as a student under 21 would be. So we put in, we worked hard. We met often, we worked hard, and we put in our recommendations about how the students should be funded, about, because it's based off of the Education Act, how should we define programming? How should we define students, regular students? So we worked hard, and that's what it should be funded as. And we're hoping, apparently I've heard that there's hearing possibly positive things, that we might get an Ontario kind of specific over 21 thing. In any case, we're going to the reset table, and that's the kind of funding we need. We need that funding that NAN put together. Boarding homes, student residence funding. This is something we've been working on for a few years now. I mean, this has been a long project. Again, provincial comparability. ISC wanted us to come up with numbers, so that, because they're going to base their funding off of the numbers we provide. And that was really difficult. I mean, because if we didn't come up with the right numbers, then it's going to be on us when people don't have sufficient funding. And it was hard. It was really, really hard. It took us over a year to get a child services agency to share their numbers with us. Nobody would. Not even Delico or Chickenaugan would share their numbers with us. Finally, actually Emma found one in Ottawa that did share their numbers, and it was incredible. The numbers there show that we would get about $20,000 more per student attending a boarding home than we're currently getting. Right now, we're getting about 20, and with those new numbers, we'd get probably around 40. We're still looking into student residences, and it took us, again, another many months to find the information on student residences. We couldn't get that information until, again, Emma was able to make a connection with the Canadian accreditation of something schools. They're a set of schools across Canada that have boarding homes, and they offer high quality programming. So they were excellent for us to get information from, and they actually did. They were great. They made a partnership. They sent all kinds of information. And right now, at a preliminary look, that might amount to 40,000 more per student attending a student residence. So going from 20 to 60. We're still finalizing those numbers. We're still looking at that. But again, that's something that's NAN specific. We'll bring that. But it really makes, okay. So I'll finish quickly here. As mentioned, we need to have proper recognition of schools, First Nation schools that are off reserve. They still should be properly funded. The same as other schools. Special education is a difficult one. Inquest. The funding that's provided in OTIFA affects Inquest hugely. I mean, many, if not most, of the Inquest recommendations will be addressed through the funding through the interim funding formula. So the funding that we get at the reset table, we need to consider that will be Inquest as well. Huge thank you to our education committee members. They work hard, they take time, they wear so many hats, but they still help us. They come and work with us to help guide us and keep us on track. Also to Lyndon, who attends many. We've heard that the Women's Council tentatively are going to be joining us. And that's it. Sorry for taking so much time. Miigwech.
Very quickly. So very quickly. Thank you to our education members and Sherry and Kathy and Andrew and everything for the presentation. So these are the areas they're what we're going to be focusing on, especially with the education reset, like our own specific pathway forward, a NAN specific process, and looking for all these different areas that Sherry mentioned within the education department, as well as Andrew and all the good work that they're doing. These are the areas that we need to really set up and coordinate with all of our partners and our First Nation leadership as well. A lot of good things on the go, but a lot of outstanding priorities. So I'd like to thank the Education Department for giving that information, and the work continues. This afternoon, we're going to talk about, okay, well, what are some of the next steps? You know, like how are we going to position ourselves to get really ready for the education reset table, where we'll have NAN-specific discussions on the funding formulas. Like, I don't want our leadership or for Anishinaabe Nation education directors to compete for funding at this OTIFA table. You know, many times we get the short end of the stick at these provincial discussions, all provincial discussions. So this is why it's so imperative and important that we really press and really assert our position at this new education reset table. That we have also a commitment from the Crown to move on these various priority areas. So with that, back to the chair here. So.
Miigwech dina Sherry gagi kagitut ni inan king apitini bon king gayot miat shaja che nebing aja gegato mat nigijina. So lunchtime to I'm gonna eat mayam go. Aptisch go beige gut wegnag, minog matchtamen. Wir gerne piak schkatzige panel to ishtigeog. Ngeb go chigo yanani yepi. So we're gonna break for lunch now, and we're gonna have a hard start at 1:30. The youth have a panel that that they would like to show you, and it would be very important, if everybody could be here to see the presentation they have. And with that, I'd like to call upon Lucy to bless the food.
Usu wacha. Asam stahi kikanuta amin sinat no ke kunga kanuta mek. Washmets mina tenyanon sko wisnanok. Miokes kiasto papa shagano hawe skoyas kagi kagit. I had some time for her to get some questions. She kind of got a little bit in a hurry, but she did a good job, what she can do. Amir, Semando Kakswatsen, Knakum Gumino Gagisha, Vichisha Kaksebayak, Stake Kunik Tasikatik, Gishmayam Kikendan, Angenish Sikwe, Wishkonon, Winagundawashiminak. Ekomino guanok kanigan chikiwat. Washmesha wendan. Yenishtigano kuisko wisnanok. Knakum gutsmina uerajmin shiag mijim. The sigizga shawenim shiag. Knakum go. God our Father, we pray that you bless this food we're about to eat. We ask you that you bless each one for this afternoon as we finish up for the afternoon, Lord. We ask you for renewed strength and grace. My Jesus, we zone Amen.
1:30.
Just as you guys are getting your food, also, I'm going to have a list up at the main desk, looking for other translators. If you're interested in translating or know of anybody that can translate in Cree, OG Cree, Ojibwe, yeah, we'd like to have that. So, ich bin wir kein Gagig dort. Over that mesnig and that time genau der good drink. So should be again we anta Gagig that's going. So we'll have this list out there. So help us help you. So miigwech.
Check, 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 check.
closer and I can see.
Just a reminder, we're going to be starting shortly. It's almost 1:30, so we'll be starting shortly. Go grab your sweet tooth stuff in the back. So if the youth can start getting ready to come and set up for their panel, we're going to be starting shortly. Yeah, miigwech.
we're gonna start to our next topic. So I'm gonna call up Lyndon Wabuz and the Oshkatazik Council to, I'm sorry, to come and give the youth panel. Miigwech. No. Bobby.
Great. Okay. Okay, this afternoon, we're going to call back to order. And I just wanted to also really welcome our next panel, our panel of youth. And it's our distinct honor to have these individuals with us this afternoon. You know, it's also our honor and privilege within our portfolio that I have the youth file. We have the youth leadership file and also the Shkadzik Council. And the Shkadzik Council put in a resolution at the last Kiwewin that youth need to have an integral voice and an integral role in discussing everything that is going to be concerning about them. When we talk about child and family services, when we talk about health, when we talk about lands and resources, and also when we talk about education. So we're really looking forward to having them here. So I'd like to have our member of our Shkadzik Council, Lyndon Wabuz, to come up and introduce the panel here, and let's give it to him this afternoon. So Lyndon, you go.
Bonjour, Wache. My name is Lyndon Wabuz from Yabmatun First Nation. I sit on the Oshkadzik Council, as the deputy said. I'm very excited and very honored to, stand here with these amazing students from our Anishinaabe Nation territory to talk about three important topics that we should hear from a student perspective. But first of all, I do want to acknowledge the drum, the elder, for the morning prayer, and the Women's Council that is here. I want to also recognize all my Oshkadzik colleagues that couldn't be here today. Everyone, we all sit on different committees, and they all had commitments to be a part of their respectful committees. For me, I am the Oshkadzik advisor to the education portfolio and the child and family, the Chiefs Committee on Children, Family, and Youth. So I've been with Bobby for the last, maybe 3 years, learning the child welfare file and now the education file. So previously to that, I was with Grand Chief when he was a deputy under his education file. So with that being said, we want to hear from our young people. I'll introduce them first before we start. We do have some questions that we want to ask, but we'll start from the far side. That's Amelia. That's Eleanor Chum on the far side. The next one is Amelia Chum. The next one is Sewan McKay. The next one is Jordana Fox. Next one is Landon Yellowhead, sorry. Then this young man here is Timothy Winter, and here is Jesse McKay. So again, welcome. I just welcome to the Chiefs Assembly. and I'm super grateful that you guys accepted to come and speak to the chiefs in assembly. So, miigwech. But the first topic we have is having, our young people's voice heard, and the young people, like, their voice is very important to direct on how to improve their ability to learn in their education. So my first question to you guys, what are some ways you feel will improve youth learning? I'm going to start with you there, Amelia. So Eleanor, sorry. So you can pass her the mic.
For this answer question, I'm directed towards is the visual learning and hands-on activities. Some students may have trouble with just learning from just like taking notes in class. So any like more field trips that's connected to the class lesson or presentations from people outside the school that is connected to the lesson could help some students understand what's happening in class, and rather like not than fall behind. Just this idea could like help. So.
I feel like going more into the outdoors is like helpful because some people, as she said, is helps like, yeah, and speaking to elders to help them teach us about our culture and doing more hands-on learning instead of sitting down for an hour and writing stuff.
Some initiatives that can help youth learning is more cultural safety and cultural competency training for education professionals, including teachers, principals, counselors, and all those working in schools Ontario-wide. This is important because teachers and educators help shape, influence, and teach our young learners. They have an important role to play, and they need to be properly equipped to handle these difficult conversations. We need to ensure that they do not come from a place of prejudice, racism, or discrimination against Indigenous peoples, as this influences young learners who continue to perpetuate this racism in society.
When it comes to improving youth learning, a way is by taking a traditional hands-on approach. For example, skinning a moose. You can read about it in a textbook, but you don't really learn how to do it. Hands-on learning will help you process it mentally and physically. Another way youth learning will improve is by reducing class sizes. By doing so, the teacher can spend more time teaching the students one-on-one and help them get a better understanding of their assignments.
Bonjour. So basically, what I feel will improve youth learning is further involvement from the teacher. Yeah. Further involvement, as in like, all right, further involvement. see.
Do you want me to repeat the question again, please? Yeah, okay. So we want to hear from your voice and your perspective in your education, right? So the question is, what are some ways you feel that will improve youth learning in education? If you want to think about it, we can come back to you. We'll let the other two panelists to respond. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Ways I think we. Is this one even on? Ways I think we. Ways I think we could improve the ways I think we can improve youth learning is to get to know the individual and design a learning plan for each student, because everyone learns differently. Someone could be a visual learner like myself, or someone could have a learning disability like ADHD or dyslexia.
Hubert.
Some ways I think will improve youth learning is getting a resource room. Even like in like middle schools or elementary schools, something to just help out the students where they can go if they need like a more quieter space where they feel comfortable and where they can bring in like, because my school that I attend to, they have a room called the Four Directions Room. And we have a graduate coach. They bring in like elders all the time for like volunteer hours. And you can go in the room whenever you want. You just gotta ask your teacher and you can like catch up on work and they'll help you out. And I think it's really good because like the graduate coaches, they get close with you and then they help you out with anything, even like taking you to class, making sure you go on time. So I think a resource room in like each school would be good. Doesn't matter like what age group it is. But I think that'll still be good to help improve everyone's learning.
You go to Jesse. Did you want to respond there, Timothy? Or you're good, you want to pass? No, Landon, sorry.
Back?
Do you want to respond to the question? It's totally up to you. If you want to pass, that's okay. All right, guys, thanks so much. We're going to move on to our next topic, but it's very nice to hear your guys' concerns on how we can improve your guys' education and your schooling and all that. So, but our next topic is going to be about COVID recovery, and as you know, we've learned from home and all that, and it's been very difficult on you guys learning on your education and being online, not interacting with your friends and your teachers and all that. So since we're coming out of the global pandemic, I have 3 questions for you, and we're going to start with you there, Jesse. Do you feel that the schools are ready, for learning for you guys? Do you guys feel like your school is ready?
Yeah, I do feel like the
Opening,
schools
yeah.
are ready. It feels like so much more better and easier to more like focus than it did online.
Yeah.
Where do the other ones?
We'll come back to that.
Yes, I do feel schools are ready to start up again. Because I think in-person learning is easier than online learning. It just helps me focus, just puts me there. So yeah.
Let me take 5 minutes again. But yeah, I do believe school is ready to start again. As in, like, my experience so far is way better than online learning, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, I feel that schools are ready for in-person learning. When the schools first opened, something that they did well was switching the number of classes a day down to 2 and extending the work periods. This helps students focus and get work done. Something they're doing right now is they provide a after-school homework help. This helps students who are struggling to catch up on their work.
Yes, I believe that schools are ready for in-person learning. Some of the things that the schools are doing well is that they have, well, my school personally has a KZ Lodge where there is land-based learning offered for Indigenous students. Students do all their learning from the KZ space, but this is only for grade 9 and 10 students to transition back into high school. It would also could be helpful for grade 11 and 12 First Nation students to also have something like this or access to the lodge for later years, because you simply cannot put a time limit on land-based learning. They also have a space called 4 Directions for all of First Nation students to work if they want to outside of the classroom environment. It's similar to an alternative working space, and it provides snacks and lunches. There is a support worker available at any time and a graduation coach if needed. However, it could be really helpful for students if there were more access to tutors that were more specialized and well-educated in certain topics such as math, English, and science to help out students. Schools are not well equipped to deal with incidences of racism, either incidences and confrontations that happen between students or between students and educators. For example, I've had a few experiences with students that were basically uneducated on like truth and reconciliation, and he ended up making a comment about it, and this left me very upset, and I told my graduation coach about it, and we went to the principal's office. Me and that boy had a meeting, but there was nothing really effective that came from that meeting. He basically got a slap on the wrist, and he just had to mutter the words "sorry" to me, just to be let off for saying some really rude things about truth and reconciliation. That also happened in another experience where I asked a teacher to go to 4 Directions, and he basically said he didn't believe that I could do my work as best in 4 Directions than I could in the classroom. After I confirmed to him and said that I believe I can work in 4 Directions just as well as I could in the classroom, he like laughed at me. He like took me as a joke. I took this to the principal, and then the principal said that he would talk to him about it, and I still see that teacher around, so I don't know how that talk went. In order for these incidences of racism and discrimination to stop, there has to be first in-depth education on colonial history in Canada for the whole school, including on residential schools and day school. We need survivors to talk about their experience. This would allow for more open and honest conversation that isn't necessarily sugar-coated, which is often the case around these topics in schools. For example, you can have more assemblies that around these topics with survivors as speakers. Back on my point that there has to be more training for teachers and educators generally on how to be more culturally sensitive and approach these situations when they occur. Educators can't help if they're missing information or knowledge on these things themselves. Also, depending on the severity of the incident and the number of times it happens for a student, there should be more severe consequences for their actions and words. They need to know that their behavior impacts all of those in classes and schools, especially First Nation students who experience this. We need to feel heard and seen as well.
I agree with everyone else, and I also think that they are ready because I pretty much from everyone that I heard that it was pretty troubling for everyone to be online because it was hard for them to focus and Wi-Fi and all of the other type of things that happened. So going in person, I think that they are ready, and it helps almost everyone else to go in person because you don't have to sit in front of a screen and hurt your eyes.
We had a long time to prepare and wait patiently for schools to open. So in my response, I do think that schools are ready, but with what she was saying earlier about like bullying and stuff for just like who we are, I do feel like that problem needs to be fixed due to my also experiences with bullying or any racism. Like they could just get away with it easily. But for like us to be back in person, I mean, it is great being with friends, learning better instead of on a screen when you're tired all the time. Your mental health goes downhill from that. Like we had a lot of changes ever since going back to school. It was hard with the quadmesters, the 2 periods. It was really slow, but here in 2022, I am happy that we are back in person. Just going back to the 4 classes, the regular time schedule is just right back on track.
Miigwech. Miigwech, they're students. We and I understand that, and I fully understand the experiences and how you guys feel with racism within your schools. I, as a former high school student that just graduated maybe like 8 years ago, I understand the racism that you guys are facing while being in school and all that. So, and for sure, we do need to educate a lot of our educators on residential schools, 60 Scoop, and the dark history that we faced as Indigenous people. That's how we will move forward as a nation. But my next question here, basically you guys already said the whole thing. I may or may not even just, I don't know, maybe we will go to mental health topic instead, because you guys already talked about the whole questions that I have here. So we will go to the next topic, and it's about mental health supports. There are a lot of grassroots activities that are that aim at supporting youth mental health, and the question is, what are some types of supports that you students would like to see that would support your mental health? We'll start with you there, Eleanor. Okay, we'll go with Amy.
Some things that can change is they only have math tutors for lunch. If someone's struggling on something else, yeah, oh. Oopsies, sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, sorry. Supporting, more support for other subjects because some people, there's only math tutors like during lunch. So maybe there should be like other ones and that's it.
The type of support that would help me with my mental health is help with my schoolwork. Stress takes a huge toll on everyone's mental health, and school is very stressful. Having a peer support program would be beneficial to many students. It would offer tutoring to students by other students. The older ones would mentor and help the younger students with specific subjects in school. The older students would also get more experience working with others while doing this.
The type of support that would help me with my mental health is having more physical activities, like having access to the gym. Gym access would help balance out my physical and mental health. Another type of support is holding activities where I would be able to spend time with my peers, and getting to know each other would encourage other students to participate and give them something to do instead of turning to alcohol or drugs.
Here I go again. I really agree with the previous answers from these people. But what I feel would help me with my mental health is a dedicated youth counselor for each of the communities, instead of like coming out and speaking to a different stranger each time. Yeah.
It's the mental health topic. What kind of supports would you like to see?
Things, thing, things that I would like to see to support my mental health would be have a healthy diet at like the cafeteria, but I don't mind cheating here and there. Who doesn't? But I personally like to try and stay active. I like to go for walks, and I try my best not to skip out on the weight room that DFC offers for free. I like that they offer the room. They offer it at morning, lunch, and after school. So I try my best to go there.
Some supports that I would like to see to help out like my mental health is probably going on like maybe like a 5-minute break to just go sit down and maybe like talk to someone at the school, maybe like someone in the 4 directions room, or even like one of the counselors, just to go and have a break for a few minutes. I think that would be good for some students too, just to kind of recollect themselves. Yeah.
Do you want to respond to him, Eleanor? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So for this question, I'm already seeing tons of support that would support like mental health, or if you're falling behind in class. Like for example, when the 4 classes, when just everything was coming back to schedule, the time schedule, the classes and everything, I was really falling behind, and the teachers would give us permission to like step out for like 5 minutes, and the 4 directions room really does help. I would go in there to either like take a breather or just catch up on my work, or just try to like recollect myself and calm down, rather than like overstressing too much, or even like doing like risks of procrastinating and everything. But I would like to see if teachers would just like give us like 5 minutes outside, or just like to like ourselves. Sorry, I don't know how to answer this question, but yeah.
All right, be good. So I have one last question for you guys before we end our discussion here. My question to you guys is, what kind of experience do you want to share with the chiefs, proxies, and people in the assembly on how, connecting to the land really helps you feel a bit better in any way you experience? So, Jesse, I'm gonna start with you. So,
An experience where land helped me feel better is whenever like my family would take out like me and my friends, and we would go like, like either like blueberry picking or camping or hunting or fishing, stuff like that. Getting to hang out with people that I'm close with, and just being out there on the land, seeing new stuff. And I feel like that really helps too.
you got.
An experience I would like to share or being out on the land is, I would go for rides on my parents' quad, and I would like stop somewhere quiet and open and just sit there in silence, enjoy the scenery, and get some clarity. Then I'd continue on with my ride and go back home.
So the question was, what kind of experiences do you want to share to the people here on how the land, helped you? Like mentally or emotionally?
I like to skip. There's too much aunties looking at me. Sorry.
Okay, Jordana.
An experience where I connected with the land was when my family and I went up the Sachiko River for moose hunting. When I was out on the land, it felt refreshing because I wasn't on my phone all the time. Instead, I was helping with cooking and preparing the moose and learning more about how our people used to live out on the land.
For me, I feel like every time I go out on the land, like I don't have a specific experience to refer back to, but every time I go out on the land, I feel better. Like the feeling, there's just like a certain feeling you get when you're out in nature and you're out like, connecting. And it really like refreshes me, and I feel like more attuned with my emotions, and I can even like reflect on like situations that happen in my life, and I can like think about it like more clearly, I feel, in the bush. Yeah, and I always get the best sleep out there, and I always learn new things, and it's always nice to have a break from the city.
An experience for me that will always help me feel better is doing traditional dancing at powwows, and it just makes me feel so refreshed, you know. And smudging is also makes me feel better. Yeah.
So I feel like powwows are a really like great time and place and event that could bring us all together, and not even connecting with the land, feeling the energy, but also connecting with family, like having good times. You can hear the laughing in the circle, all the music, all like the bell sounds on the dresses. I don't know what they're called, but yeah, jingle dress. And like when you like step into the powwow, you can feel the positive like energy, like vibe when dancing. Like you want to like keep having that and just go in there and just like dance. And like with connecting with family, you all laugh, you all tell jokes. Your grandma loves to like dance sometimes as well. So yeah, just powwows, it helps.
Miigwech, that's all we have. You want to say something, Amy? Okay, do it.
This one time I will always remember. I remember one time I lost my phone, and then I went back. We all went back to the powwow, and I was in there dancing. And my grandma, she was trying to get me out, so she kept waving. And then they kept thinking they wanted more laps, so we kept going and going and going and going every single time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it.
Is that what we have? 3 minutes? Okay. Is that 15? 10 minutes? Okay. I want to give the opportunity to have you chiefs, ask questions to our students. Whatever questions you guys have, they can answer for you. So, yeah, floor's open. Chief Muñoz.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Miigwech, our youth, for the insightful thoughts, and I know sometimes it can be nervous thing. It can be a big thing for when you speak in front of people. But I thought you guys all of you did a wonderful job. I know there's some nervousness, but the substance of your what you shared, the experiences that you shared, I think those are very critical, and we have to be mindful of the importance, the messages that you have provided to us, to the communities, to the chiefs, to everybody that's here. I think that's a lot of. It takes a lot of courage to do what you just did. All of you just did. I think it's important that we acknowledge that. More importantly, I think it's important that we have to understand how can we help youths in our communities, in the schools and all that, to make sure that all those things that you mentioned, because right across our communities, right across our territory, it's a common thing. Like when systemic racism, for example, bullying, all those things, they do come up. And more importantly, I think we need to bring them out, and that's what I'm very humbled and very honored to hear some of the experiences you shared, some of the comments, and some of the suggestions and recommendations that you provided on some ways how we can move towards supporting our youth. On a personal note, I don't know. I think Landon, you were in Webequie, right? Yeah, you were in Webequie at the AGM. I wanted to share this, and I wanted to share this I'm from Neskandaga, and I believe he's from Nivenamik, right? Nivenamik, yeah. And this one night, we had our annual AGM in Webekwe First Nation. Chief Wabans and his community were pretty good hosts. And there was an evening, there was a big tent, dancing, and there was some coffee here, coffee there. You can go buy stuff. And what happened was something that I didn't expect. And I want to talk about him. I was in line for, I think I was trying to get some drinks or coffee, just away from the big tent. And then this young man approaches me. He approaches me. I don't know him. He doesn't know me. He offers me, "Can I buy you something?" I said, "I'm okay." "No, I want to buy you something." So he bought me a drink. And I just wanted to share that. I know he's nervous when he was speaking to us, but the fact that he did that, not knowing me, not realizing we never talked to each other, and that's the kind of person I was. So it was heartwarming, and it was something that really made me think. Like, our youth are so honestly very caring, and they're an important part of our communities. And it's examples like that I sometimes come across when you're just amazed by the kindness, the offering of our young people. And that's one of the experiences I had with Landon. I know he's not from our community, but he is a very fine young man, and I'm sure he's going to be, his family is very proud of him. And I just wanted to share that because I think it's important that we acknowledge and understand the humbleness and some of the respectful things that we come across. And I'm forever grateful and had the opportunity to talk to him briefly at our Webekwe AGM from Ottawa. And that's something. And I know he's nervous. He was nervous talking about some of the things here. But what I seen in him on that particular night, I think it says a lot about him. It says a lot about what he's about. And I think that's a prime example what our young people and what our communities are all about, because of so much deep connections with who we are as Anishinaabe people. What I seen in Landon that night was the 7 teachings that we're always told to hold dear, the principles and the values that we should uphold, and that's in him right there. And that's what he showed to me that evening. So I just wanted to thank him, and I thought it was him, and I was wondering if it was him, but it was him, and I'm glad to see him. I'm very proud of you that you took the opportunity to speak to us, and I know you will have a lot of other opportunities to share some of your experiences, some of your caring spirit that you provide to me, and I'm sure you provide to everybody that you meet. So again, let's give our youth a round of applause. And Landon Miigwech, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Miigwech, Chief. I don't see anybody else, so Chief Achinipin from Martin Falls.
Zo, Miigwech, Dean Bruce Achipidachka, this is Cass, Martin Falls First Nation Onji, most of them. Miigwech, the Nagama, Shgata Sek, maybe Jawachama, just the much Matazono. I just want to thank the youth for coming and sharing their experiences with the chiefs here. And I just wanted to tell you that, education is important. You need to continue with the education that that you have. And today's world is education is evolving, in that we're claiming our indigenous jurisdiction on education and learning, how we learned in the past with our own language and teachings from our elders and our whoever our elders are, could be grandparents or parents or uncles or aunties, or those are our elders, and they had a lot to teach us in terms of the things that we needed to do to live, like snowshoe making and tikanagan making and other crafts and that we needed to use on a day-to-day basis. So those are part of the things that we're trying to reclaim today. Our own learning systems, and we need to get back to that, especially our language, our culture. I lost my language myself at a young age when I moved to another community where it was predominantly English. But I saw my parents spoke as growing up on the trap line in the community was Nishnabemon. So I learned that my first years of development. So it always remains in the back of my head. So I was able to pick it up again later in life after I finished school, grade 12 and college, and went back to work for my community. And it's now been 28 years since I've been working in my community, and I'm starting to think about taking a back seat in the near future to let younger generations assume the leadership. And you need to learn a lot when you're going into a trade or a different occupation, profession. To speak about my sister also, she was hunting with us 2 weeks ago, and she's retired now. She grew up on the trap line also, and became a nurse at college first, and later on university, and then later on became a nurse practitioner. So she learned her first language first, and then eventually formal English education. Then went on to achieve success at her nursing practice, her nursing occupation. So it can be done that you learn your language and your culture first, and then eventually you learn the modern way of learning and the occupations they have today. So I myself, then never thought I'd become a chief. And when I was growing up, and I went to boarding school and all that, and was boarding. And one story I had was in the past. I had a drafting teacher who liked to tease us and call us names and that, like he'd call somebody a different name. But fortunately, one day he called me chief, and I thought he was being racist to me. So I was really down. And I kind of left the classroom because I thought I was just in grade 9, and I thought he was being racist, and there was not too many Native kids in the school at those days, so I kind of felt alone and all that. But I'll overcome it, and today I try to work for my youth and overcome those challenges that they face. And I know you can. I know you can do it if you try and keep on going, living a good way of life, and listening to your elders. So I say, may God sure come out and sharing and trying and being all that you can be. May God.
Kena na ako muna ka kena kagi diek. Ni mention sa kate boy gian nong daw na ko ani ka kitik. Sa gamay nanda kena stain snape mana de gamay ka biek. No di getchen webek skinny. Stain snape mo de nen ma. Kana kat sini kan jian snape mo ko de na hoy pokmakan magay dok. Mi nen man. Kwa kena ako muna ka kena ate boy aneman ka uskad znano ka wajno ingay kanando skono nanong ni ka deskoto kinigikok ego ke wichiskono mato pakane do demak kendan ego genin waska juga sendon jawa badananin kaje anime urtot awas ego ke kaje non daskange even giving kaje ke kaskot ego nemendan non daman ego inda make pesta go inda make ke gunen ni hono kaje mama moten da make ta ani ke je primuit chigoek ke gije ko mama moten da moapen go no akiu gumak we know nego que wajine no tan ki kuma ke kaya watch uma ka gini wana watch ko ke wat kaya watch mi go no kayan ki wat ka ke we chi ko ya ka chi ko skono yan ego ke ya chi ko ki stone skono wan ami ikitiane ayan snap mi an wa ba de na go ke ya kamena go chiga egino go kiwe o dafna make no. Anyways, I just want to acknowledge each of you for your for your strength and to be able to sit in front of the leadership and to be able to speak. I understand it is very hard to be able to speak. However, I know that each of you will be able to speak up with confidence in the near future as you move on. I said that I wish that I think some of you might have the ability to be able to speak. I was kind of mentioning to that young man that the chief was referring to. Probably he knows how to speak, and when he was struggling to speak, I was just telling Chief Monias, I wonder why he doesn't just speak his language. That's what I would have done. Anyways, I appreciate all of the recommendations that you have made, and also the deficiencies that you have identified. I think it is good as a youth to be able to have a voice in this type of forum. And I believe that people that are here, even the educators, the support staff that are here, will be able to take the message that you left with them and to be able to find ways of how to continue to support you. The last thing I want to say is I want to encourage you to try to do your role, to start to rejuvenate your language, try everything in a way how you can take back your language, our language, and our culture. We have to depend on you as we are getting old, and you remain here as our future to try to find ways of how you can protect and preserve and revitalize our language. And I hope that you take that message seriously, because as I said, I don't know what your future, what your destiny is, but I think because you're in high school, I hope that you have a vision already in terms of what you want to do in the future. I hope it's part of saving the language. I hope that's part of your role, part of your vision. I'm hoping that some of you have that interest as you move forward. Yeah, miigwech.
Miigwech chiefs and proxies for listening to our students. And sorry there, Jocelyn, we went over. I know I'm not chair, but I'm going to call up Grand Chief.
Someone's water. I just want to say thank you to our youth panel. You did awesome. My niece here, Gigi, I call her Gigi. She's from Sasago. That's my, of course, it's a Breast Lake band member, and all of you NAN members. Matthew shared some good words, chiefs. I just want to say thank you once again, and listening to the stories of racism and the troubles of growing up, I'll say, as a First Nations person in this country. It's a challenge every day. I don't think many people understand that, is that you're challenged with something every day, and oftentimes it's prejudice, it's racism, and it's something you'll get through. I know you'll get through. It happens when you're in a store, it happens when you're sitting in a classroom, it could be in a hockey team, it could be anywhere. And to this day, I wonder how my day is going to go when I'm in Thunder Bay, whether something's going to happen that triggers me to defend myself or get angry or whatever. But I just want to encourage you that to keep going, and that all of us, we face those challenges. And as Matthew said, the language, the culture, all those things, some of you are going to be sitting here around this table as chiefs, grand chiefs, whatever it may be. And I know you're saying, I'm not going to be a grand chief. I'm not going to be a chief. I said that to my father when I was your age, because I was set on making the NHL at the time. And I said, I'll never be a chief like you there, Dad. And here I am. And, things change as you get older. But I just want to say that I want to leave you with this, that don't be afraid to make mistakes. Mistakes happen. It's a part of life. It's a part of your growth. I still make mistakes here today, and as our chiefs and our educators and many people here in the room could attest to that, you're going to grow into fine young people. And I just want to thank you once again for having the courage to present yourself on this panel and show some emotion and bring up those stories that you shared with us. It takes a lot of courage to do that. So thank you. Miigwech.
So miigwech, everybody, for listening to us. And students, we do have gifts for you. We're going to have Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse present.
No, I too want to thank the youth panel this afternoon. And like I said, with the work that we're doing in education reset, we need to really harness the strength and voice of our youth. And I'm very appreciative for them to be here this afternoon. We got some parting gifts for you. So yeah, let's hand out the gifts. There you go. Yeah. We have a good picture with everybody.
Hello.
And we got a blanket for our youth rep, Lyndon. I know noticed he was cold in the back, so we got him a nice blanket as well for his child too. Congratulations.
Miigwech, this is probably like my 25th blanket from NAN.
Hello. I just wanted to invite up Chief Muniz for a closing comment. I'm sorry. I just want to invite up Chief Muniz for a closing comment. No?
Oh, I just wanted to raise, Bana, after that, there's some issues that were brought up, so I didn't get any indication what's going to happen. But I'll say something.
All right, so we do have a follow-up question for Chief Muniz. So if you guys could.
Okay, Miigwech, I guess this is a question or comment towards the Grand Chief and the Deputy Grand Chief, and also the forum here. We heard Iginondo amen Toshkat Zimna Igitajndamaj Igawindamagoman Nagogagonan has Nagashkamaj, and there's bullying. He has Nagashkamwad Nakan at school. As a Kunumagazard Nakane. He gave Gitajdana Kegonan like supports. Yeah, dedicated youth counselor Gitajnan Basic. And he's Kegonan relating to school. And I was just wondering, I was just going to ask, Anin Mayam, what are we doing in terms of follow-up within this forum, within the chiefs, and are these things going to be taken?